Chapter 381. Beneath the city gate on the storied road to heaven, 36 puppet gods circled Ye Cheng, hemming him in with unyielding precision. He stood perfectly still, eyes closed, as if already resigned to his fate. A silver-armored puppet god lunged forward, blade aimed straight at his heart. In the flash before steel could taste blood, Ye Cheng blurred into motion, his sword trace a streak of lightning. He sidestepped the thrust and unleashed a single, thunderous countercut. Crack! The shockwave tore at the fabric of the world, but the blade didn't nick the puppet god. Instead, it cleaved a rent in the void itself, sending ripples of distortion through the air. "Did he cut the air?" the enchantress whispered, eyes wide with disbelief. The middle-aged knight in ornate plate armor shook his head, astonishment flashing in his eyes. "No, he didn't slice thin air." Before anyone could comprehend his words, Ye Cheng's technique unfurled in full. 36 consecutive sword strikes erupted in a blinding torrent of light. One by one, the puppet gods froze in mid-action, their forms locked by an invisible force. Their gleaming spears and swords halted mere inches from their master's chest, their movements stilled as if time itself had betrayed them. That single heartbeat of suspension spelled the end. In one fluid motion, 36 strikes deep, Ye Cheng's final blow shattered their frozen defenses. The air rang with the echo of steel, the puppet gods collapsing in showers of silver fragments. In the span of a breath, the desperate ambush was undone. Ye Cheng stood alone beneath the gate, sword still humming with power, the path ahead once more his to claim. With each slash of his blade, Ye Cheng sent another silver-armored puppet crashing down. The shattered fragments condensed into spirit seeds, no larger than soybeans, drifting skyward like pale embers. 36 strikes in all, 36 puppets undone. Only then did the enchantress and the armored commander atop the city gate shake off their stunned daze. Their gazes fixed on Ye Cheng, eyes wide with disbelief. He actually saw the puppet's linkages through and through. How could he possibly do that? The commander hissed. What they'd erected was no ordinary defense, but a bona fide Saint Lord-level formation, a masterwork inherited from Ye Cheng's own teacher. Even pared down to just 36 automatons, it still ranked among the top 10 Saint Dao arrays for its intricate design and overwhelming power. Yet in mere moments, Ye Cheng had discerned its hidden fault lines and struck at its heart, stalling the formation completely, if not shattering it outright. Silence fell, broken only by the soft hum of extinguished spirit seeds drifting away. Below, the city waited, unaware that its fate now hung by the slender thread of this young swordsman's insight. The achievement was staggering, truly terrifying in its implications. "Did a blind cat just stumble over a dead mouse?" the beautiful woman murmured, scarcely believing her eyes. There was no other explanation for how Ye Cheng had shattered that formation by sheer force. Was it skill, or just blind luck? We'll know soon enough. The armored veteran let out a slow breath, forcing down his shock and excitement. He stepped forward to the city gate, fixing Ye Cheng with a solemn stare. "Young man, by passing the third trial, you've proved your talent. Now you have two choices." He paused, making sure every word landed. "You may claim your reward and leave the mansion in peace, or you can press on to the next trial. But be warned, if you fail that one, we will not come to your aid. Your escape will rest entirely on your own strength, and if you cannot flee, you die here." Silence fell. The veteran's expression was grave, unyielding. Below him, the gathered spectators held their breath. Ye Cheng, and only Ye Cheng, smiled. He had already been looking forward to the St. King's Mansion trials. Without hesitation, he lifted his head and met the veteran's gaze. "I'll continue." Though no tangible rewards had come his way yet, Ye Cheng had already gained far more than he'd expected from the last trial. The formation of 36 silver-armored puppets was undeniably enigmatic, so intricate that even he couldn't unravel every detail. Yet as he studied its workings, he recognized echoes of the Wild Tower's immortal prohibition rules. He'd first committed those principles to memory when he entered the desolate tower, deliberately dissecting how the immortal prohibition was built. Now, standing before this puppet array, his earlier insights clicked into place like pieces of a puzzle. The result surpassed his wildest hopes. Not only had he neutralized one of the trial's top formations, but his grasp of immortal prohibition had soared to a new height. He could already feel fresh ideas stirring in his mind. If the next trial pitted him against another formation governed by similar laws, he'd be ready to test his theories in earnest. "One or two more encounters like that," he murmured, eyes alight, "and my command of formations will leap forward again." Ye Cheng's current mastery, he estimated, must now rank at the revered formation saint level, and he had every intention of climbing even higher. "With the insights I've gained from the immortal restriction, I can just barely dismantle a Saint King level formation. That same breakthrough gives me an edge against the puppet formation, another Saint King level array spawned from the Desolate Tower's immortal restriction. Still, it only slows the formation's progress instead of shattering it outright. If I deepen my understanding of array lore even further, though, the outcome could change entirely. Even now, if I can't fully collapse the formation, I can at least strip away part of its divine power, or maybe even reconstruct its blueprint myself. Yes, I can do this. Besides, when I first disrupted that array, I held back most of my strength. I was merely probing its foundational principles. With that in mind, my path is clear. I choose to continue the trial," Ye Cheng declared, his voice calm but unyielding. "Very well." The armored sentinel on the city gate gave a curt nod and raised his hand. A second beam of spiritual light arcs downward. Ye Cheng's eyes lit up with fierce determination as the new challenge began. The spirit seeds dropped to the ground, and one by one, the silver-armored gods stirred back to life. This time, though, they outnumbered and outmatched the earlier puppets. 72 warriors stood before Ye Cheng, their auras already flaring at the late quasi-saint level. A tall, silver-armored man strode forward. His voice was youthful and easy as he called out, "Young man, I've been watching you. Your talent is exceptional, so much so that I'm willing to offer you a special bargain. If you can hold your ground in this formation for 1 full hour without being defeated, I'll personally extract you from the Forbidden Mansion and see that you go free." "Last an hour without falling?" Ye Cheng's lips curved into a thin smile. He tilted his head and regarded the advancing line of puppet generals, each one gleaming with deadly intent. There was no fear in his expression, only keen anticipation. "I'm honored by your generosity," he replied coolly, "but I'm afraid I have to decline." Before the armored man could react, Ye Cheng shifted his stance, eyes narrowing as the 72 silver-armored gods closed in. The formation before him was undeniably more potent, more insidious than anything he'd faced so far. Yet beneath his calm exterior, a spark of exhilaration burned. This challenge, after all, was precisely what he'd been waiting for. Ye Cheng surveyed the puppet formation with a wry smile. All of these constructs followed the same design, each a variation on the immortal prohibition pattern. Ordinarily, facing any one of them would be a headache. Facing several at once should have overwhelmed him. Yet paradoxically, the more complete and powerful the formation, the greater the inspiration it afforded him. With every new layer of complexity, his own mastery of formation arts only deepened. He inhaled sharply, centering himself. Then, in a flash of motion, he darted forward, weaving between the puppet's chilling ranks. His twin swords glittered like streaks of moonlight as he struck, repeatedly, relentlessly, lost in the heartbeat of battle. For the length of an incense stick's burn, he carved through steel and magic alike, each slash more decisive than the last. From the gate above, the armored veteran and the mesmerizing beauty watched, mouths agape, unable to tear their eyes away. They recognized both the pattern and its outcome, and knew they'd never seen anyone breach it so swiftly. Then, with a final silent exhalation, Ye Cheng brought his blade down. The formation shattered like brittle glass. The 72 puppet warriors, their arcane shields gone, collapsed under the weight of his thunderous blows. In the aftermath, Ye Cheng stood alone among the fallen, swords still at the ready, his chest rising and falling steadily. The city gate's observers could only stare in stunned silence at the young man who had just undone their most fearsome defense, and learned more from it in a single skirmish than most did in a lifetime. He's disrupted the formation again? The boy's spiritual power and mastery of formations, it's astounding! The armored commander and the striking beauty beside him froze in disbelief, their gazes locked on Ye Cheng. Even the gray-robed elder, silent until now, cracked open his eyes, astonishment flashing across his face. No sooner had their shock set in than the towering city wall hummed to life. Intricate divine sigils etched into the stone flared brilliantly, releasing a cascade of cloud-like light that poured toward Ye Cheng. High above him, dozens of spiritual seeds, once the puppets of fallen gods, hovered in midair. Bathed in the divine glow, each seed pulsed with fierce energy. The three guardians stationed atop the rampart could only stare, mouths agape. "His actions have actually awakened the city's dormant spirit?" one whispered incredulously. Chapter 382. Perched atop the ancient battlements, the gray-robed elder watched the riot of divine light dancing over the courtyard below. At last, he spoke, his voice low and steady. "The weapon's spirit hasn't fully awakened," he said, "but it has released a fragment of its celestial power, and with it, the hidden trial has begun." Standing beside him, the armored commander and the elegant beauty exchanged surprised glances. Neither had expected to witness such raw talent. To draw even a sliver of spirit energy from the dormant weapon, and to trigger this legendary test, was something they hadn't seen in decades. Already, in their hearts, the young man beneath them had proved himself worthy to claim the weapon as his own. Still, excitement was tempered by concern. The hidden trial was notorious for its peril, a crucible that tested more than just strength or skill. Even a prodigy like Ye Cheng would face dangers unforeseen, and the outcome remained uncertain. They watched him closely, bracing themselves for whatever challenge this trial would unleash. Even with such talent for formations, the hidden trial isn't solely a test of arraycraft, the beautiful woman murmured, a note of concern in her voice. The armored man standing beside her nodded gravely. Only the elderly sage in gray, Old G, watched Ye Cheng with narrow, calculating eyes, part anxiety, part anticipation. "Don't lose faith yet," he said softly. "He just might astonish us." His words stunned the others into silence. The woman exchanged a wary glance with the warrior. "Are you serious, Old G?" Old G's gaze never wavered from Ye Cheng. "This trial was crafted by the Lord of the Spirit of the Weapon. Countless heroes throughout history have reached this point and failed. Only 1 in 10,000 survives." The woman and the armored man shared a doubtful look, their skepticism plain. But Old G remained composed, hope flickering in his eyes as he continued to study the young man below. "Perhaps my eyes grow dim with age, but I'm convinced this young man hasn't even unleashed his true power yet," Elder G murmured. "Hasn't?" The beautiful woman and her middle-aged companion exchanged worried glances. If he really was holding back, how formidable could Ye Cheng be? At that moment, on the trial ground below the city gate, at the very end of the heavenly path, the spirit seeds, bathed in the gate's sovereign might, completed their transformation. 72 spirit seeds converged, fusing into 9 awe-inspiring divine seeds. Each glowed with a brilliant golden light so intense it seemed to uphold the heavens themselves, emitting an ancient, world-forming pressure. A final shaft of radiance descended from the city gate, and the 9 golden seeds shattered open. From within emerged 9 towering generals clad in burnished gold armor. Auras of saintly power rippled off each figure, and an invisible formation pulsed between them, linking their overwhelming might as one. Though there were only 9 combatants, the invisible lattice of runes binding them was far more intricate and infinitely more perfect than any puppet array Ye Cheng had ever faced. He dared to wonder, could this formation truly reduce all incoming damage to less than 1/10,000th? A surge of excitement danced in Ye Cheng's eyes as he studied the configuration. There was no fear there, only the thrill of discovery. If he could discern the keystone of this array, he would finally unlock the deeper secrets he'd gleaned from the immortal forbidden temple of the Wilderness Tower, elevating his own mastery of formations to a wholly new realm. Swish! His heart leaped too late. The 9 holy generals, clad in golden armor, erupted into motion, converging on him like a living battering ram. Within moments, they had him encircled in a merciless killing formation. Fists and blades collided in blinding flashes of light and sound, each strike driving shards of energy through the air. Even the 3 veteran guardians posted atop the city wall, stalwarts who might have laughed at any ordina Rai Sage, exchanged grim glances. Sweat beaded on their brows as they watched the precision of the golden-armored gods. Yet despite the flawless weave of the enemy's array, they stood firm. Their own ironclad formation and unshakable strength left them unafraid, no matter how perfect this new threat might be. Ye Cheng's strength was clearly far below that of the 9 golden-armored god puppets. At best, he was merely a Daozun cultivator, whereas the Guardians estimated their own power to be between the Tiandi and Shengdi realms, and perhaps even higher. Only through clever tactics in the previous trial had he managed to shatter the formation, slow the puppet's advance, and land a few surprise blows. Even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance he's secretly at the Emperor realm, the young man in gilded armor muttered under his breath, he still wouldn't stand a chance against all 9 of them. The beautiful maiden beside him fell silent, but couldn't hide her concern. She gripped the jade rail before her so tightly, her knuckles turned white. Yet as the minutes ticked by, their apprehension gradually gave way to incredulity. Half an hour had gone by. Ye Cheng had not broken the formation, but astonishingly, the 9 golden puppets hadn't even scratched him. Time after time, they had launched deadly assaults, blades of light sweeping in from every direction, but he evaded each one with uncanny agility, weaving through flashes of gold as though dancing instead of fighting for his life. Neither trap nor counterattack had managed to pin him down. Though the puppets coordinated their strikes with ruthless precision, Ye Cheng slipped through every net, turned aside every blade, and emerged unscathed. The 2 guardians exchanged stunned glances. Their expressions, once tight with confidence, were now etched with disbelief. How could this lone Daozun cultivator, this little guy, possibly avoid 9 divine constructs built to annihilate him? The question burned between them like a brand. Who was this Ye Cheng, really? And what hidden power enabled him to survive where no one else could? Even the gray-robed elder couldn't hide his unease. Just as everyone braced for another defense, Ye Cheng halted his evasions and sprang into action. Now! Lightning flashed in his eyes as he locked onto the empty space behind one of the golden-armored divine puppets. In a single blur of motion, he leapt atop the formation, drew his sword, and struck, and the clash rang out like thunder. The 9 golden puppets, each brimming with pressure moments before, suddenly froze in mid-motion. With a brilliant shimmer, Ye Cheng's 9 sword beams tore through their armor as if it were nothing, then retracted back into his blade. Impossible. The formation's broken. One of the guardians gasped. He's completed the hidden trial, another exclaimed. Perched atop the city wall, the 3 senior guardians stared in stunned silence. The reversal had been so swift that none of them reacted until it was over. By the time they gathered themselves, Ye Cheng was already bathed in a pillar of divine light at the center of the wall. He stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and offered a confident smile. Esteemed seniors, have I passed the trial? A surge of exhilaration and disbelief coursed through him. He had done it. Although breaking through the formation had demanded more effort than Ye Cheng first expected, the time invested proved absolutely worthwhile. When his sword finally cleaved through the last barrier, every subtle insight he'd gleaned from the Wild Tower's immortal restraint echoed back to him in vivid clarity, and his mastery of formation array leapt forward by leaps and bounds. Outwardly, Ye Cheng's cultivation still rested at the Daozun realm, but within this formation, he wielded power equivalent to a saint king. At such a level, even quasi-saints fell before him, and true saints he could suppress with a mere gesture. If he took the time to refine its coiling runes and layered defenses, the array could overwhelm a saint, king itself. What excited him most was that the very puppet formation he'd just shattered had originally been his own creation. A few more experimental tweaks and meditations would allow him to reclaim and then perfect this pinnacle of Saint King-level design. Ye Cheng permitted himself a small, satisfied smile. The formation may not bolster my personal fighting strength, he thought, but when equipped by my subordinates, it will raise the entire vassal army and strengthen every clansman under my banner. Confident in his breakthrough, he settled into deeper study, already envisioning the day when his forces would deploy his greatest work on the battlefield. The three guardians advanced at once, their eyes locked on Ye Cheng with undisguised amazement. As custodians of these ancient ruins, they had witnessed countless prodigies over the endless years, many strong enough to duel Saint Dao emperors. Yet never before had anyone triumphed in the hidden trial. Ye Cheng's success stunned even these veterans whose standards were nothing if not exacting. "Even if his talent doesn't quite match the master's," one guardian murmured to the others, "he's easily on par with the handful of youths who've passed this challenge in the past." "I never imagined encountering such a junior in my lifetime," a second whispered. "Given time and the chance to refine his skills, he could very well inherit the master's legacy and rise to the same heights." Their voices dropped lower as they spoke, but Ye Cheng heard every word. Pride and excitement coursed through him. A moment ago, he'd been nothing more than another hopeful contender. Now he stood among legends. When they mentioned the few who passed before, his curiosity ignited. Who were these predecessors, and what destiny awaited him beyond the hidden trial? "What do you mean, the three elders?" Ye Cheng blinked in confusion. The three guardians exchanged knowing smiles before the eldest, Elder Ji, spoke. "As you guessed, many have broken into this place over the endless years, faced its trials, and claimed its ultimate reward. But none of them did what you have." He stepped forward, and the beautiful woman and middle-aged man behind him made way. His ancient eyes, clear and vast as star-strewn skies, held Ye Cheng's gaze. "Those who came before you completed only the visible tests set by Master Chilling. You, however, uncovered the secret trials, and so your prize is all the greater." Elder Ji's voice grew solemn. "Under ordinary circumstances, the reward for passing the trials is simple. One guardian, either myself or one of these two Taoist companions, would emerge from this forsaken mansion to become your protector." He paused to let that sink in, then allowed a faint, proud smile. "But you, young man, having mastered the hidden challenges, may choose between two far more generous rewards." With a graceful wave of his hand, he exhaled a soft breath that rippled through the dust-laden air, the promise of destiny shimmering in its wake. The old man's eyes shone with fierce determination. "As your first reward, the three of us will end our retreats today. From now on, we will serve as your personal guardians, protecting you and walking by your side until the very end." No sooner had he spoken than two figures stepped from the shadows behind him. A broad-shouldered, armored warrior of middle age, and at his other side, a strikingly beautiful woman. Each of them smiled, then concentrated, channeling their spiritual energy into their dantian. In an instant, three titanic bursts of power erupted from their minds, intertwining with the blood and chi auras of three colossal guardian beasts. It was as if ragged dragons of pure essence had torn free, filling the chamber with a thunderous roar that made the air itself tremble. Ye Cheng stared, awestruck. Even he, with his considerable cultivation, had never witnessed such raw, peerless might. The swirling energies, Saint Lord level at least, roared like hurricanes, laying bare the full measure of the trio's strength. When the tempest finally subsided, the old man spoke again, his voice calm but crackling with authority. "Our cultivation has long since peaked at Saint Lord perfection. Moreover, we possess the complete 10,000 spirits formation map, the very same formation you encountered in that trial, but in its perfected form." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "With the divine patterns of the 10,000 spirits, not even a flying immortal can withstand us. Should one dare to challenge us, the three of us together will cut him down without mercy." Chapter 383. The Three Sages Unite. Before him stood three formidable figures, an ancient man surnamed Ji, his voice calm yet laced with ironclad authority, a broad-shouldered warrior clad in gleaming armor, and an otherworldly beauty whose smile hinted at both grace and power. Their combined presence filled the abandoned mansion's grand hall with an almost tangible force. "You've proven yourself worthy," the old man Ji began, his tone undisputedly commanding. "And now we offer you a choice. With our united might, we can annihilate the Skyborn Immortals. Furthermore, we will pass on to you each of our inherited skills and arcane techniques." The armored warrior nodded in agreement, while the enchanting woman's eyes sparkled as she added, "Granted, these teachings aren't the supreme immortal scripture itself, but they are genuine Tao Sutra legacies, ripe with the essence of true cultivation. Ji's gaze locked onto Ye Cheng, who stood at the center of their power. "So, what do you say, my friend?" Ye Cheng's heart thundered. From the moment he first stepped into this forsaken mansion, he'd sensed that its late owner was no ordinary master, and the treasures within were nothing short of miraculous. Yet he had never dared dream that the final prize would surpass even his wildest expectations. Now, faced with the combined strength and knowledge of these three legendary figures, he felt the weight of destiny pressing upon him. He drew in a steadying breath and met Ji's unwavering stare. "I accept." A ripple of satisfaction passed among the three sages as the air around them seemed to hum. In that instant, Ye Cheng understood that his path had irrevocably crossed with legends, and that the real trial was only beginning. Three perfect-level Saint Kings united could snuff out Feixian's very existence, and each would inherit the other's unparalleled abilities. Possessing such a Taoist canon would be enough to tip the balance of power in the wilderness, regardless of which sect claimed it. True perfection at the Saint King tier is so rare, even after more than 20 years since the Northern Wilderness Divine Continent first opened, that any trio of such warriors stands at the summit of martial might. With this boon, Ye Cheng could have laid waste across the entire Northern Wilderness, imposing his will on every clan and sect. Yet he hesitated. As formidable as three perfect Saint Kings would be, Ye Cheng already commanded the Zhuxian sword formation, a celestial array capable of calling forth the very projection of an immortal king when summoned. In his hands, this lavish legion of guardians was little more than gilded frosting, a welcome flourish, certainly, but hardly the lifeline the moment demanded. And after all, the first reward had been generous beyond measure. Ye Cheng's curiosity about the second reward only grew. "You want to hear about the second prize? All right." Elder Ji, sensing that Ye Cheng was in no rush to decide, masked a flicker of disappointment with a patient nod. With a single sweeping gesture of his wide sleeve, 9 shafts of luminous energy burst forth and hovered above the city gate. As they descended, a thunderous boom shook the entire structure. The gate trembled as a magnificent, otherworldly phenomenon took shape. Ye Cheng narrowed his eyes, studying the 9 motes of light. Each one resolved into a different spiritual weapon from the major sects: fluttering banners, resonant bells, razor-sharp swords, vicious war knives, celestial bows, gleaming halberds, sturdy shields, and more. Though Elder Ji kept their divine auras and Taoist inscriptions tightly restrained, the very sight of these legendary arms still triggered a deep resonance between heaven and earth. The great Tao pulsed into view, and chaotic spiritual currents churned all around. What astonished Ye Cheng most were the powerful fluctuations emanating from those 9 fabled weapons. Ye Cheng's heart raced. No matter which sect had forged them, these spiritual weapons far surpassed anything he assessed. Even the supreme holy weapon Yuan Shenglu, left behind in Nanchuan Divine Province, fell at least 1 tier below the 9 sects' armaments. "Could these be Taoist weapons?" he whispered, his gaze sharp as lightning. He studied their inscriptions and aura with mounting excitement. Master Ji, the gaunt elder standing nearby, inclined his head in surprise. "Indeed, they are Taoist weapons." He eyed Ye Cheng thoughtfully. "I didn't expect you to recognize their grade so quickly." Ye Cheng merely smiled. Ever since he'd been taken in by a reclusive master years ago, he'd honed an eye for spiritual artifacts. Even if his teacher's cultivation rank wasn't quite on par with ours, his acumen was undeniable. Master Ji tapped one of the gleaming staves. "These are Tao soldiers, also called Feixian soldiers, crafted for those at the very pinnacle of the human realm, the Tao realm. They're far rarer and more powerful than the ordinary holy soldiers you might have encountered." Hearing this, Ye Cheng felt a fresh surge of determination. Among all the weapons he had encountered, none had stirred him like these. With Tao soldiers at his disposal, perhaps he could finally bridge the gap between his current limits and the lofty heights of the Tao realm. In the mortal realm, cultivators advance through 9 distinct stages: body refining, spirit revelation, tribulation transcendence, monarch, emperor, venerable, sovereign, saint, and finally the Tao realm, often called the flying immortal stage. To those below it, a Tao realm master is the very image of a true immortal, utterly out of reach and above all reproach. Even the mightiest saint would be like a helpless child before such a being. No contest, no debate. That's why Ye Cheng was so stunned when Old Man Ji revealed that he, the mysterious beauty, and the armored middle-aged warrior had joined forces, leveraging the 10,000 spirits formation diagram to defeat immortal-level adversaries. Dao Realm cultivators are simply that powerful. A newcomer to the Dao Realm can, with a single flick of a finger, shatter legions of saints without breaking a sweat. Ye Cheng let out a quiet breath as he recalled Elder Ji's introduction of the three guardians. From what the old man and the others had revealed, each guardian practiced a supreme Dao scripture, legacies that put them firmly at the Dao level. With the 10,000 spirits formation diagram in his arsenal, standing up to a Dao-level opponent no longer seemed so daunting. Elder Ji's eyes gleamed as he addressed him. For your second reward, you may choose any 3 Dao weapons from these 9 sects. Ye Cheng frowned. Only 3 weapons? That feels less impressive than the first reward. The old man merely smiled, then extended a hand to indicate one of the 9 displays. Immediately, 7 flying swords surged into formation, hovering in the shape of the Big Dipper. As he poured spiritual power into them, thousands of Dao runes erupted and wove themselves among the blades, magnifying the formation's already formidable might. At that moment, Ye Cheng suddenly realized that as his Dao pattern flared, the oppressive weight of the sword formation eased by almost half. A thrill ran through him. He could actually mold the formation to his will. Noticing the spark in Ye Cheng's eyes, Old Man Ji broke into a knowing smile and said, "You felt it, didn't you, young man? These Dao soldiers each bear a special Dao pattern. Once they recognize their master, they'll lend you 20% of their power, no matter your cultivation level." He paused to let the significance sink in, then continued, "If you advance into the Holy Realm, you can draw out over 50% of their strength, and if you push even further, into the Monarch Realm, you'll awaken them to their full potential." With that, Old Man Ji produced 9 small talismans, one for each of the 9 sects, and handed them to Ye Cheng. In the Dao Lord realm, there are 4 ranks: Domain Master, Realm Master, Dao Lord, and Monarch. Likewise, Dao soldiers are classified in 4 tiers: Domain Master, Realm Master, Dao Lord, and Monarch, and each tier is further divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, and supreme levels. Ye Cheng held the talismans in his palm, newfound power humming through him as his Dao pattern stabilized. The path ahead had just grown a great deal more exciting. Though these Dao soldiers from the 9 sects rank only at the entry level among Domain Lord troops, they're nonetheless some of the strongest under that banner. Unleash their combined might, and even without Domain Lord cultivation, you can hold your own against a true Domain Lord, if only for a moment. Under a Domain Lord's direct command, they become unstoppable, capable of sweeping entire battlefields with ease. Elder Ji fixed his gaze on Ye Cheng and spoke in a low, urgent whisper. "All right, young master, what will you decide?" Standing beside him, the lithe beauty and the armored warrior exchanged a tense glance. Their eyes shone with hope and a hint of anxiety. As the Lost Mansion's immortal guardians, they had lingered in its halls for countless centuries, their souls reborn only a handful of times. Their true lord, the heir to St. Yuanwu's legacy, had yet to appear, so their only purpose was to emerge whenever a worthy genius passed the mansion's trials, guiding and protecting that mortal in the world beyond. Now, they waited on Ye Cheng's answer. Until now, every prodigy they guided had inevitably reached a dead end and returned to the Lost Mansion, where the 3 guardians waited for the next hopeful to appear. Then Ye Cheng showed up, and with him came a glimmer of something they'd long thought impossible, a chance to break free. To escape the desolate tower's ancient bindings, they knew of only 2 paths. The first was to find a worthy successor to St. Yuanwu, the Lost Mansion's late mistress, so this heir could claim the divine treasure hidden deep within the tower. The second was far riskier. Their chosen genius would have to complete the Way's trial, transcend the mortal realm, and truly ascend to fairyland, carrying the 3 guardians along. Such an ascent would shatter the tower's restrictions and grant them all genuine freedom. But across countless ages, every champion, picked from billions, had faltered just on the eve of ascension. Ye Cheng, however, shone brighter than any before him, rekindling their hopes. Silently, the three guardians urged him toward the first path, convinced that with his talent, this time they might finally prevail. Ye Cheng leaned against the city wall, his face as calm as ever, but inside he was buzzing with excitement. The rewards they'd just received were far more generous than he'd dared imagine. Before entering that ancient mansion, he'd never expected such a windfall. After a moment's thought, he addressed the elderly man surnamed Ji. "You mentioned your master back there. Am I right in thinking this entire mansion once belonged to her?" Ji's three guardians exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, one spoke up, his tone apologetic. "We can't simply hand over our master's legacy. If you wish to claim her inheritance, you must first obtain her token." "A token?" Ye Cheng repeated, curiosity and surprise warring in his eyes. The guardians nodded and began to fill him in. They explained that the mansion had been bequeathed by a peerless saintess, a prodigy named Yuanwu. In the ancient northern wastelands, her talent had been the stuff of legends, and her renown extended even into the immortal realm. Only by recovering her token could Ye Cheng hope to unlock the true power and secrets she left behind. "Your Highness's master is none other than the Lord of the Wasteland, the very figure you younger cultivators call the true immortal of the wasteland." Old Man Ji's soft voice carried the weight of revelation, and at the mention of that legendary title, Ye Cheng's heart leapt with barely contained excitement. Chapter 384. The titles, Lord of the Wasteland and True Immortal of the Wasteland, both belong to a single legendary figure, the ancient master who, countless generations ago, ascended the immortal path, opened up the desolate wasteland, and established the wasteland tower that endures to this day. Back then, Taoist Tianhuang had already reached true immortal status. So many years have passed that, even if she still walked the mortal realm, her power gap with an immortal king today would be negligible. To be accepted as a direct disciple by such a sovereign of cultivation speaks volumes about Saint Yuanwu's innate talent. Ye Cheng now understood why this abandoned manor, ostensibly left behind by a Saint King, could still muster 9-layer Dao soldiers and the 3 perfections Saint King guardians, forces powerful enough to make any ordinary Saint King green with envy. The key was clear. Saint Yuanwu was a direct disciple of a true immortal. No further explanation was needed, and sure enough, Elder Ji's subsequent introduction confirmed every detail. "Even when my princess departed the lower realm, she'd only reached the Saint Lord tier," Elder Ji said, pride coloring his every word. "Yet under her banner, never mind us Saint Lords, more than one domain lord, even a realm lord, willingly bent the knee to her." He paused to let that sink in, and it wasn't merely because she's Master's direct disciple. It was entirely on account of her own prodigious talent. Those domain lords she now commands were first vanquished by her in battle, subdued by her power, and only then did they swear fealty. Ye Cheng listened in awe. A Saint Lord cultivating strength sufficient to challenge and defeat domain lords was a phenomenon even he had seldom witnessed. In his mind, he found himself comparing her to his own protégé, the Beihuang fairy maiden Ye Cheng, one of the rare big lolies of legend. He thought it possible that the princess's talent even slightly eclipsed Ye Cheng's. But Ye Cheng felt no discouragement. His singular fate gift might not shine as brightly as theirs, yet when all his destiny-born talents combined, amplified by the purple chi cauldron of all living beings, he was nothing to be underestimated. Ji, the venerable elder, shook his head in helpless resignation. His innate talent may even surpass that of the Yuanwu saint, and with the system at his disposal, he's only begun to tap his potential. Yet precisely because the saint's origins are so extraordinary, she left behind special tokens in her old mansion when she departed the lower realm. In her eyes, claiming her inheritance demands not only prodigious talent, but also the favor of fate. No one can embark on the true inheritance trial without first recovering one of those tokens. He sighed, recalling the saint's unparalleled gifts. The Yuanwu saint was so brilliantly gifted that her master, Supreme Immortal Tianhuang, deemed it a waste for her to linger among mortals. At the moment of his own ascension, he shattered the barrier to the heavenly domain and bore his disciple through it. In his estimation, Ye Cheng is more than worthy of competing for the saint's divine treasures. But without a token, he has no choice but to withdraw for the time being. Ye Cheng sank into his chair, crestfallen. Beside him, the elegant woman and the battle-hardened knight in gleaming armor exchanged sympathetic looks. The woman was the first to speak, her voice soft but firm. "Don't be discouraged, young friend," she said. "You may have missed the token today, but if you accept us as your guardians, with our guidance and your talent, I'm certain fortune will favor you." The armored knight nodded in agreement. Recovering the saint's token shouldn't pose an insurmountable challenge. "Exactly," the woman added, giving Ye Cheng an encouraging smile. The knight leaned forward, eyes distant with memory. "I recall my first incarnation, nearly 3 million years ago. I was journeying through the northern wilderness with a prodigy, one of the greatest geniuses of that age. He, too, initially failed to claim the Saint King's token, but under my guidance, he eventually seized the Yuanwu Tower. When we returned to the Forgotten Mansion, he even began the Saint King's inheritance trial." He sighed, a note of regret in his voice. Unfortunately, his cultivation lagged just enough that he couldn't pass the trial. He departed in sorrow. Despite the outcome, his gaze remained hopeful as he looked at Ye Cheng. One by one, the three of them renewed their offers of support, determined to see him succeed where so many had struggled before. Ye Cheng's expression had grown increasingly curious as he listened to the three guardians' account. Finally, he slipped his hand into his storage ring and withdrew a small white jade tower. Holding it out carefully, he asked, "Sirs, is this the so-called Yuanwu Tower you mentioned?" The three guardians froze, their eyes fixed on the miniature tower. For a long moment, none of them spoke. Then, one by one, they nodded, awe and excitement flickering across their faces. "Incredible," murmured the first guardian. "Young friend, your luck truly is extraordinary." Elder Ji stepped forward with a resigned smile. "Since you bear the token, there's nothing left to prove. Come with us and accept the inheritance trial left by the Yuanwu sage." With the white jade tower in his hand, the unmistakable sign of the sage's heir, Ye Cheng was now qualified to undergo the final trial. The three guardians, seizing the opportunity to serve as his protectors, prepared to lead him out of the legacy mansion. According to the regulations, any prodigy who accepts the final trial may not draw upon the god's treasures inside the legacy mansion beforehand, nor may they carry off any rewards earned from earlier tests. This rule exists solely to ensure absolute fairness, so that every one of the Yuanwu Saints' inheritance candidates competes on an even footing. Ye Cheng's brow furrowed. "So, if someone already holds one of those tokens, they can bypass everything and go straight to the final trial?" The elderly man surnamed Ji chuckled softly and shook his head. "You've got it backwards, young friend. There are exactly 36 tokens in the Saint Lord's custody. Each time the Great World opens, 36 Yuanwu towers will materialize, each destined to seek out a candidate whose fortune is greatest." He paused to let the words sink in. Only when all 36 towers have found their bearers will the Saint Lord's ultimate trial begin. Those chosen will use their tokens to enter this very Guancheng, the examination city, to face the final test. Placing a reassuring hand on Ye Cheng's shoulder, Master Ji offered a warm smile. "Don't worry, your chance will come in due time." Ye Cheng listened as Elder Ji gave him the news he'd suspected was coming. 30 of the 36 Yuanwu towers already have heirs, the old man said. That leaves just 6, and they'll all be claimed within the next 10 years. 10 years. For Ye Cheng, whose talent and the backing of his mysterious system set him far ahead of most aspirants, a decade felt like an eternity. He ran a hand through his dark hair, trying to hide his frustration. "Is there no way to speed this up?" he asked. Elder Ji hesitated, as though weighing whether to discourage him or set his hopes alight. Finally, he sighed. "There is a shortcut," he admitted, "but it's a perilous one, and few have the strength or will to succeed." Ye Cheng leaned forward. "Tell me." Before the late Saint King ascended to the celestial realm, he bequeathed more than just his legacy. He left behind a sentient weapon infused with his life spirit. In truth, it is that weapon, its lingering consciousness, that oversees our ancestral mansion. Embedded within the walls is a formidable detection formation. Every candidate for the Yuanwu Tower inheritance must first prove themselves by passing its trials. Elder Ji's eyes glinted with unspoken caution. If you want to bypass the ordinary waiting period, you must confront that formation and survive. Ye Cheng's heart pounded. A direct trial of the Saint King's weapons spirit, it sounded dangerous, even for someone bolstered by a system. Yet the promise of an early claim was too tempting to ignore. He straightened his shoulders. Then I'll face it, he said, determination steady in his voice. No matter what it takes. Master Li's voice was grave as he addressed Ye Cheng. Listen carefully. If you can't meet the minimum requirement on the formation test, no amount of luck will let you claim the final inheritance. On the other hand, if your talent proves extraordinary, if you achieve the top-tier score, you won't even need to face the trial. You'll be named the sole successor to the Saint King's legacy immediately, with no 10-year wait. Chapter 385. Elder Ji introduced Ye Cheng with nothing more than a steady, measured tone. Beside him, the enigmatic beauty and the armored veteran listened just as calmly. None of them seemed particularly impressed by the young man's decision to attempt the inheritance trial. They all acknowledged Ye Cheng's talent, but privately agreed it was far from certain he could reach the trial's highest benchmark. Even if they hoped to serve as his guardians and emerge from the ruins under his banner, they knew they'd have to wait at least 10 years. Ye Cheng sensed their unspoken doubts, but he remained unperturbed. What truly intrigued him was the question of how this highest standard was defined. The highest standard, the armored man began, is determined by the saint's own legacy. He paused, meeting Ye Cheng's eyes. If you manage to match that standard, it means your talent rivals that of Saint Yuanwu in his prime. He shook his head gravely. But bear in mind, a Saint King stands leagues above ordinary mortals. Don't be discouraged just because you're not on his level, the armored man said gently, noticing Ye Cheng's glum expression. Sensing that mere words might not carry enough conviction, he went on. Let me give you another example. Before the Saint King reached the Emperor realm, he once squared off against a top-tier Saint Dao adversary, and after he advanced to the perfect Dao master stage, he personally slew 3 quasi-saint-level monsters in one go. Even more astonishingly, he held his ground against a Saint Realm Monster King for a full 1,000 rounds, neither side gaining the upper hand, until my master finally arrived to reinforce him. Ye Cheng's frown melted into a wry smile. Such exploits were the stuff of legends, and they only confirmed his own assessment. The Yuanwu Saint King had to be far beyond a 3rd-grade immortal, likely no lower than 5th grade. Rather than dampening his spirits, the tale ignited a fierce light in Ye Cheng's eyes. He squared his shoulders, determination blazing within him. Thank you for the reminder. I'll be sure to conduct myself properly. A sense of propriety? What exactly does that mean? The armored man's brow furrowed at Ye Cheng's reply, but he let the comment pass. Following Elder Ji's lead, the trio guided Ye Cheng to a grand hall at the city's center. Under the old man's careful directions, Ye Cheng fitted the Yuanwu Tower into the tower-shaped recess carved into the floor. The moment the artifact clicked into place, the entire chamber erupted in thunder and lightning. Blinding divine lights raced along the vaulted ceiling, streams of sacred radiance interwove, and chaotic energies swirled in every corner. In the heart of the turbulent air, a tiny figure took shape, stifling a long yawn. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the storm of power collapsed, and silence reigned. A soft, childish voice drifted from the dissipating mist, startling Ye Cheng. Grandpa Ji? Uncle Wu? Aunt Yuo? Why did you wake me up so all of a sudden? He blinked upward at the newcomer, a little girl no more than 6 or 7 years old, dressed in a simple green frock. Her cheeks were rosy, her expression innocent, an unlikely presence amid such holy tumult. Her eyes shone like twin stars, lashes fluttering as she took in Ye Cheng and the others, finally fixing her gaze on the elderly man surnamed Ji. Miss Zhongling, here's what happened. Though the little girl looked entirely innocent, her pure features unmarked by arrogance, none of the 3 guardian saints dared show her anything less than the utmost respect. Elder Ji hurried forward, leaning in to whisper a concise explanation. This young man actually passed the hidden test I left behind. Incredible. At Ji's words, Zhongling's dark eyes widened. She turned to Ye Cheng, admiration shining across her cherubic face. He couldn't help smiling at her praise, amused more than proud by this sudden acclaim. But before he could savor it fully, he pressed a hand to his forehead, a wry smile tugging at his lips. But the little spirit added with a frown, "But this brother looks far too young. I doubt he could pass the trial." The three venerable elders surnamed Ji fell silent at Zhongling's words, exchanging startled glances. They were no strangers to power, yet they dared not show the slightest arrogance in her presence. For this little girl was far from ordinary. She was the very spirit of the Yuanwu Dao Bell, the ancestral weapon of the Yuanwu saint. Though the saint had breathed life into her, it was the great wasteland sovereign, the Tianhuang True Immortal, who had actually forged this bell. Even before his ascension, the Immortal had infused it with peerless energy, making it one of the highest-grade sovereign armaments in existence. Its unassuming, childlike form concealed devastating might. Should her wrath ever be truly roused, she could obliterate the entire Xuanbing realm in an instant. Only the mighty walls of the Huang Tower could restrain her fury. Now, if Zhongling truly believed that Ye Cheng was unqualified for the final trial, not even the Ji elders could override her judgment. They knew better than to press the matter further, at least not until they had a way to prove his worth. They had exhausted every other option. The only thing left was to persuade Ye Cheng to withdraw and spend another 10 years preparing. Zhongling, no longer harsh or mocking, simply met his eyes with a solemn expression. "Brother," she began, voice steady, "inheriting Master's Yuanwu Tower was an extraordinary stroke of luck, but you're still too young. I seriously doubt you can pass the trial. You might not even meet its minimum requirements." Her tone deepened, and the innocent sparkle in her eyes darkened with concern. "Honestly, you'd be far safer if you went back and trained for another 10 years before attempting it." She held his gaze unwaveringly. "Keep this in mind. Failing the trial is frustrating, but acceptable if you at least reach the basic standard. If you can't even do that, I'll have no choice but to revoke your candidacy." Zhongling's voice took on an almost old-fashioned tone as she said, "Young men are always eager for a fight. I understand that. But you've already proven your talent by passing the hidden trial's first stage. I don't want to see you throw away this opportunity." Ye Cheng couldn't help but smile at her concern. He knew that, although she called herself his big brother, she was many years his senior and spoke out of genuine care. He felt no offense, only appreciation, and he had no doubts about his own abilities. "Thank you for your worry, Miss Zhongling. I know how crucial this is." Satisfied by the confidence in his voice, Zhongling offered him a brief nod. Then, without another word, she swept her arm through the air. Instantly, glowing Dao patterns spiraled into being, weaving together until they formed a vast array of runes that settled onto the polished stone of the Great Hall's floor, marking the next step of Ye Cheng's hidden trial. In the heart of the hall lay a grand formation, a Dao bell pattern woven from hundreds of glowing runes. A low, pulsating rhythm thrummed through the air as the seals snapped into place. Once everything was set, Zhongling met Ye Cheng's gaze and nodded, gesturing him forward. "Step into the center." The moment Ye Cheng crossed the threshold, thousands of motes of Dao light flickered to life, converging on him in a dazzling shower. He barely had time to react before an invisible force pressed down on his dantian and sea of consciousness, sealing them shut. Not a shred of inner power or mental energy remained at his command. "Relax, brother," Zhongling called from the edge of the formation. "This test array always works this way. It's not your strength or spirit power it's meant to examine. It's your understanding." She swept a hand over the runes, and their glow brightened in response. "Your mastery of the Tao, your insights into your chosen great way, that's what defines your progress here. Every candidate is judged on how deeply they comprehend their hech." Hearing Zhongling's words, Ye Cheng felt the tension drain from his shoulders. A slow smile curved his lips. "So this is a trial of understanding," he said, his eyes glinting with anticipation. "All right, let's see just how far I've come. I understand." Ye Cheng let a faint smile curve his lips as he eased the barriers around his sea of consciousness. He drew in his sword intent, condensing it into a slender projection of light, and merged it with the thousands of motes swirling around him. Almost at once, those motes began to tremble and shift. Oh, the formation is already reacting? Zhongling exhaled, relief softening her features. A response from the formation meant that Ye Cheng's Dao cultivation had met the minimum requirement for the test. He might not yet rival Saint Lord Yuanwu, but at least he would not be eliminated outright. The three guardians beside her peered on with interest. Though they had served in the Saint Lord's mansion for countless years, the precise standards of this formation test remained unclear to them. Zhongling noticed their puzzled expressions. "You're curious about the criteria?" she asked. Since Ye Cheng practices the sword Dao, the formation gauges his mastery of the heavenly sword. As long as he can truly comprehend it, he will pass. Silence fell once more as the guardians watched, eager to see if Ye Cheng's sword intent would fully awaken the ancient array. The marble platform shook ever so slightly under their feet as the runes of the great formation below pulsed in unison. From here, the faint outline of Ye Cheng's figure moved within the swirling light, a lone challenger in the trial chamber. "If he only masters the basic sword Dao," Zhongling began, his tone even, "his attainment would rank him among the middling talents of our generation, by no means exceptional." Saint Lord Yuo Ming, affectionately called Aunt Yu by those close to her, tilted her head. "And if—" Zhongling's eyes gleamed as he allowed a small smile. "If he forges a perfect Dao heart, achieving true unity of blade and spirit, it would be extraordinary. At the inheritance contest 10 years hence, he'd have at least a 90% chance of becoming our sect's heir apprentice." Aunt Yuo nodded slowly, steepling her fingers beneath her chin. "Yet he remains only at the Daozun realm. Even shattering the threshold to attain a flawless Dao heart at that level, though terrifying by ordinary standards, might not yet suffice to rival a Saint Lord." Her gaze drifted back to the formation, where Ye Cheng's aura flared like a young star igniting. Unease flickered across her elegant features. Zhongling followed her look, memories shimmering in his eyes. "You underestimate him, Aunt Yu. His talent extends far beyond what you can imagine." At that moment, one of the three guardians, a broad-shouldered man with steel-gray hair, stepped forward. "Brother Zhongling, remember his earlier trial? He actually shattered the formation's bindings before he even began to dismantle the guardian puppets." Silence fell, broken only by the low hum of the array. In that charged stillness, all present realized the same truth. Ye Cheng's potential was destined to outshine even the loftiest expectations. But when Master ascended to the Daozun realm, he cleared those trials by sheer strength alone. When she reached Daozun, her magical arts and techniques were already peerless. More importantly, her Dao cultivation had long since surpassed the Dao heart stage. She was on the verge of evolving into a true Dao master. At Zhongling's words, the three guardian saints, Saint Ji, Saint Wu Jiao, and Saint Yue Ming, exchanged astonished looks. Though they had always held the prodigious Saint Yuan Wu in the highest regard, her feats still left them breathless. Their gazes then drifted to Ye Cheng, who lay bound within the detection array. Sympathy flickered in their eyes. "In fairness," Ji murmured, "Ye Cheng's talent is unmatched in our world. None of us ever dreamed we could rival him. And yet, even he is eclipsed by His Highness Yuan Wu." Saint Wu Jiao sighed. Saint Yue Ming placed a gentle hand on his comrade's shoulder. "I only hope that after today, this young man does not lose heart. A single failure must not extinguish his spirit." All three knew that Ye Cheng stood virtually no chance of breaching the array's final barrier. But just as they let their breath out in resignation, boom! A radiant arc of 7 colors ignited within the detection formation, stretching from earth to sky. In an instant, it shattered the palace's transparent dome and punched straight into the 9th cloud above. The ancient ruins palace perched on the sea of clouds, and even the sprawling 1,000-mile heroic pass below were bathed in its dazzling prismatic light. Ye Cheng stared in stunned silence. "What's happening?" Chapter 386. The three guardian beasts froze in mid-motion, and even Xiao Zhongling's eyes went wide with astonishment. A 7-colored rainbow of light radiated from Ye Cheng, an astonishing, almost divine spectacle. Such a display could mean only one thing. He'd passed the formation's ultimate trial. Xiao Zhongling's voice quivered, a mixture of excitement and awe. "Brother Ye Cheng, your talent has reached the highest standard Master left behind." Her words couldn't capture the full weight of that achievement. Her own master had been a personal disciple of a true immortal, celebrated as the only genius likely to surpass his teacher. Over countless millennia, she had honed her skills in the fairy realm, and had fate not intervened, she might by now have ascended to the immortal's ranks, perhaps even to true immortal kind itself. And now here stood Ye Cheng, matching that legendary prodigy step for step. How could she and the Guardians remain calm before such brilliance? Before anyone could react, a sharp hum cut through the chamber. The detection array enveloping Ye Cheng trembled violently, its energies surging in unpredictable waves. At last, the swirling Dao patterns converged into a single, forbidden talisman and darted straight into Ye Cheng's body. The instant it fused with his flesh, he felt an uncanny bond with the Yuanwu ruins awaken within him. From now on, whenever he chose, he could slip through the void and use that talisman to step directly into the ruins' innermost sanctum. Xiao Zhongling and the three guardians stood frozen in astonishment. As the talisman merged completely with Ye Cheng, they each felt a sudden, unbreakable reverence well up in their hearts. Never before had they so willingly yielded to anyone's will, but now they would not dream of disobeying his slightest command. Even Xiao Zhongling, though her awe was more tempered than the Guardians, recognized that the Yuanwu ruins, which had answered only to her until this moment, now bowed equally to this new master. The Saint King has acknowledged this youth, no, this prince, and appointed him Lord of the Forbidden Mansion? The gray-robed patriarch, Jishan Saint King, spoke through hushed, trembling breaths, his voice laden with shock and disbelief. Xiao Zhongling's nod was the spark that brought everyone back from stunned silence. Behind Ye Cheng, Wu Zhao and Yue Ming exchanged incredulous glances before reality sank in. They had all believed in his promise, but not one of them had truly expected him to conquer the test formation's highest level. Now, seeing him emerge unscathed, their admiration swelled so forcefully it left their hearts pounding. Even Jishan, who had trained alongside Ye Cheng and had never doubted his talent, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Together, the three students watched as Xiao Zhongling regarded Ye Cheng with a new respect. Passing the formation's supreme trial was no small feat. It meant that the trialer's ability matched and even equaled her master's. The realization tugged at Xiao Zhongling's pride, and for the first time, a hint of disappointment flickered across her face. But as she studied Ye Cheng's calm expression, her disappointment melted into acceptance. After all, the boy had proven himself beyond question. If he could rise to this level of mastery so swiftly, then he truly belonged among the greatest. Xiao Zhongling lifted her hand and beckoned Jishan, Wu Zhao, and Yue Ming forward. Her voice, steady and clear, carried across the courtyard. "We greet His Highness Ye Cheng." A ripple of reverence spread through the assembled disciples. Shields of doubt shattered, replaced by genuine awe. In that moment, Ye Cheng's reputation was sealed, not merely as a promising talent, but as a peer of the very masters who had once seemed untouchable. Jishan and the others nodded in understanding. In unison, they stepped forward and bowed deeply to Ye Cheng, their voices brimming with genuine excitement. Long ago, the three of them had voluntarily become guardians of the forgotten mansion, accepting its unique enchantment into their very bones. That binding ensured their unwavering loyalty to every master of the mansion across the ages, and it froze their lifespans the instant they assumed their roles, granting them effectively endless years. But the enchantment came with a price. It shackled their cultivation to the Saint King realm. If they wished to break through to higher levels, they had to wait for the next Lord of the Forgotten Mansion to appear. Only the new Lord could remove those restrictions and set them free to advance further. To Jishan and his fellow guardians, Ye Cheng was that long-awaited hope. Ye Cheng met their proposal calmly. He showed no surprise, nor did he harbor any concern that, once the bindings were lifted, the three guardian saints might turn against him or become a threat. Instead, he regarded them with steady confidence, confident that their shared loyalty would endure even beyond the spell's release. After countless ages, the three guardian saints had long since absorbed and harmonized with the sealing spells woven into their very beings. What remained on the verge of removal were nothing more than the final realm-level shackles, a formality that would not weaken their unwavering loyalty to the Lord of the Forgotten Mansion. Like perfected spirit puppets bound to a master refiner, their devotion was absolute, irrespective of any magical constraints. Ye Cheng lifted his hand, ready to dispel the last of the seals, when the soft voice of Xiao Zhongling halted him in mid-gesture. Both he and the three saints froze under the sudden interruption. "Your Highness Ye Cheng," Xiao Zhongling said, glancing apologetically at Ji Shan and the assembled guardians, whose eyes shone with anticipation. "There's something I must disclose before you proceed." He drew a deep breath. "Although you've successfully passed the trial and are now the rightful Lord of the Forgotten Mansion, our Saint Lord left explicit instructions. You are not yet authorized to dispatch or recall the divine treasures housed within these halls, including Grandfather Ji and the other three saints." A tense silence followed. Ye Cheng's brows knitted in confusion and frustration. "What?" he demanded, his voice echoing through the vaulted chamber. "Miss Zhongling, are you absolutely sure you didn't misremember?" The words came not from Ye Cheng, but from Ji Shan and the two other guardians. They had waited so long, their hearts set on this moment of release, that Xiao Zhongling's declaration that they would remain bound left them speechless. Only Ye Cheng stayed calm, sensing that Xiao Zhongling had more to say. Spotting the worry etched on the guardians' faces, she hastened her explanation. "Saint Lord Yuanwu bequeathed the divine treasures of the Forgotten Mansion to train future champions, those strong enough to ascend to fairyland and stand at her side as comrades in arms. That's why her disciples follow two very different paths. Some, like Ye Cheng, bypass the formal inheritance trial altogether. By virtue of extraordinary talent alone, they win Lord Yuanwu's recognition and are named her supreme prodigies. Others temper their wills and spirits through the rigorous trial itself, earning the mantle of Lord of the Forgotten Mansion through sheer perseverance." Xiao Zhongling's voice was calm as she laid out the rules. "No matter which path you choose, once you become Lord of the Forgotten Mansion, your cultivation level must match the treasures you wish to claim. Master's relics are far too potent and precious to be handed over all at once. In Master's eyes, presenting them prematurely would be a reckless display of power. Therefore, until your Highness ascends to sainthood, you may only receive a treasure as a reward each time you break through a major realm and pass the mansion's trial." Ye Cheng closed his eyes and sighed. Attain sainthood just to lay claim to these relics? Even if he did reach Saint King, he wasn't convinced he'd be worthy of the Domain Lord Soldiers the Realm Lord Soldiers rumored to slumber within the mansion's vaults. Domain Lord Soldiers? Realm Lord Soldiers? Xiao Zhongling chuckled at his doubtful tone. "Yes, those are the very prizes you'll earn, one step at a time." Xiao Zhongling inclined his head respectfully. "Your Highness, if you think those were the only treasures the Master left for you, you've underestimated his legacy." With a casual wave of his hand, the air around Ye Cheng shimmered, and in an instant, he and the three guardians found themselves standing in a completely different palace. This new hall towered overhead, its grandeur far surpassing that of the previous trial chamber. Every pillar and carving seemed charged with raw power, pressing down on Ye Cheng like the bottom of an endless abyss. He felt as if no force in the world could break its defenses. Even a cultivator from the sacred realm, or a true Tao master, would vanish the moment the palace detected hostility. Its sheer might would shatter bodies and spirits in one crushing instant. Xiao Zhongling swept his arm to encompass the vast chamber. "Behold the two great Taoist treasures of the Forgotten Mansion," he announced. "These twin halls hold the greatest legacies of our sect. Only by passing both trials, one that tests your courage, the other your will, can you claim the Master's full inheritance. One vault contains the inheritance of arcane techniques and unique magical powers. The other safeguards enchanted weapons, rare medicines, and supreme elixirs." Zhongling spoke calmly, yet his eyes shone with expectation. "To enter the Taoist vault of skills in earnest, your Highness must step into the realm of the Holy Tao and prevail in its trial. However, a portion of its treasures can be viewed without undergoing that test. As of now, that access is granted." With a graceful sweep of his hand, Zhongling dispelled the palace's ancient barriers. Instantly, the vast hall, once an imposing expanse 100,000 feet in both length and width, came alive. Thousands of radiant motes rose from the floor and coalesced overhead, forming a spinning, mirror-like vortex that unveiled the hidden realm beyond. There lay a sacred land bathed in brilliant spiritual light and dazzling divine radiance, where row upon row of rare herbal wonders had taken root in fertile, consecrated soil. As the vortex stabilized, condensed life essence, so thick it verged on solid, poured forth from that divine domain, suffusing the chamber with raw vitality. Even Ye Cheng felt the surge of energy ignite a soft glow within him, a testament to the extraordinary power now laid bare. Ye Cheng stood at the edge of the divine land, his eyes sweeping across a boundless expanse that stretched over 4 million acres in every direction. He strained to count the spiritual herb plots, but the sheer scale of the terrain overwhelmed him. Even he, with his keen observational skills, couldn't take it all in at once. This entire field was established by the Saint Lord's Master, exclusively for his lordship's cultivation, his guide explained. It spans precisely 4.9 million acres, all enriched with Wanling soil. Wanling soil, legendary among alchemists, was a rare divine earth perfectly attuned to the growth of spiritual herbs. Seedlings rooted in this miraculous soil matured at remarkable speed, and the potency of their medicinal properties was greatly enhanced. In the southern mysterious continent, only the greatest sects had ever claimed small reserves of Wanling soil, and even those caches barely covered a single acre. They hoarded every bit to raise the highest-grade holy medicines, unwilling to squander a single handful. Even in the northern wilderness continent, open to exploration for more than 20 years, Wanling soil remained fiercely coveted and scarcely found. Yet here before him lay nearly 5 million acres of it, tilled and tended to perfection, dedicated entirely to the Saint Lord's studies. Ye Cheng felt a surge of awe. With this vast resource at his disposal, the breakthroughs in spiritual herb refinement were bound to be unprecedented. Even the Yueling clan and the Barbarian clan, the reigning hegemon-level powers of the realm, had at most 1 or 2 acres of Wanling soil to their name. Beyond that, the whole northern wilderness divine continent was nothing but barren wilderness. Ye Cheng suspected that even if you combined every single acre of 10,000 spirit earth held by all the hegemonic forces across the entire continent, you still wouldn't reach 10,000 acres. Yet here, within this sealed space, lay a staggering 4.9 million acres of divine soil, and on top of it grew spirit herbs beyond count. By itself, the value of this space eclipsed that of countless powerful clans and sects on the northern wilderness divine continent. Little Zhongling leaned forward and spoke softly, her voice filled with awe as she laid out the treasure before them. In this spirit medicine field, there are 1 million holy-grade herbs, 100,000 holy king-grade medicines, and 10,000 holy monarch-grade herbs. And at the heart of the field, where the spiritual energy is most concentrated, stands an ancient Taoist fruit grove. Her words settled over Ye Cheng like a cold wave. His heart constricted as he realized the true magnitude of what lay before them, and the prize they now had the chance to claim. At his words, the 3 guardian saints standing behind him froze in disbelief, the astonishment in their eyes so vivid it might have leapt into reality. Tao fruits are the supreme grade of spiritual medicine in the mortal world, reserved for those who have reached the Tao level of cultivation. The Tao realm marks the pinnacle of human advancement, and the gap between each subrank is like an unbridgeable chasm. Likewise, the corresponding medicines, techniques, and spirit tools of the Tao realm differ enormously in potency from one tier to the next. For this reason, Tao fruits, as well as Tao weapons and Tao-level scriptures, are divided into 4 grades, each subdivided into low, mid, high, and supreme tiers. Before Ye Cheng lay a full display of 4th-grade Tao fruits, 600 low-tier fruits suited to domain masters, 300 mid-tier fruits suited to realm masters, 100 high-tier fruits suited to Tao masters, 10 supreme-tier absolute Tao fruits, the rarest and most coveted treasures in the mortal world. These absolute Tao fruits represent the very apex of spiritual medicine, each one more precious than any other. These 10 supreme-grade Tao fruits hold remarkable powers. A few can grant instantaneous enlightenment to their cultivator. Others can extend the remaining lifespan of a master teetering on death's edge. Some even serve as a substitute for death itself. Anyone, no matter how far gone, can gain an extra lease on life. Should a practitioner's soul be annihilated, their dantians shattered, and their body lifeless, ingesting one of these fruits can still restore them to life. Beyond the Tao fruits, the treasure pavilion also contains countless magical weapons and millions of divine medicines, each more precious than the last. Xiao Zhongling swept her gaze over the formation and began enumerating in a clear, confident voice. 1,000,000 holy soldiers, 100,000 holy king-level troops, 10,000 holy monarch-level soldiers, plus 600 domain master-rank Taoist warriors, 300 realm master-rank Taoist warriors, and 90 Taoist masters. On top of that, there are 10 sect master-grade weapons, just like those we secured in Daoguo Forest. Each is a top-tier masterpiece, stored in the highest vault of the treasure pavilion, ready to reinforce this Saint Lord's mansion. She placed her hands on her hips and shot Ye Cheng a challenging look. "Tell me, Your Highness, once you become Saint Lord, do you still think you won't need our help?" Her triumphant pose, however, only struck him as a bit theatrical. Ye Cheng stifled a laugh, but inwardly he conceded she was right. He had underestimated the divine legacy left behind here. These treasures weren't solely the gifts of Saint Yuanwu, they represented a combined inheritance from Saint Yuanwu and the Tianhuang True Immortal. In wealth and power, this mansion's hoard far surpassed any other Saint Lord's domain. Ye Cheng stood in awe before the Daozang vault, its glittering treasures lighting up the vast chamber like stars in a midnight sky. He knew all too well that, even if he discovered another lord's mansion like this one, the hall would never match what Yuanwu's mansion offered. But after the first rush of excitement passed, reality set in. Until he reached the Saint Lord realm, the number of relics he could claim remained strictly limited, and he still had to pass his trial to earn them. Under the crystalline vault's soaring arches, every shelf was weighed down by relics capable of toppling nations. Yet Ye Cheng understood he could not simply sweep them all into his arms. When he cleared his throat and asked Xiao Zhongling, "Which of these may I take right now?" the haughty young woman's proud smile finally wilted. With a reluctant flick of her wrist, she summoned a mote of golden light that pulsed like a living thing. It drifted into her palm, and she presented it to him, voice slightly subdued. "Your Highness, these items are approved for your use at present." Ye Cheng accepted the light and dispersed it with a subtle gesture. The glow faded, revealing a concise list of treasured artifacts, just over 1,000 in total. He allowed himself a rueful smile. In this vast hall alone, the treasures combined, D-worth soared toward 3 million sect points, yet he was permitted to claim less than 1,000th of that sum. A flicker of disappointment crossed his mind, but he set it aside almost as quickly as it came. After all, he still had to prove himself worthy of more, and he intended to. Ye Cheng's eyes flickered over the 1,000-plus sect treasures arrayed before him. Even being able to choose from so many priceless legacies was extraordinary. But one entry stood out immediately: the Tianpeng escape technique, a top-grade Taoist scripture reputed to be one of the 3 greatest immortal-level evasion methods. When perfected, the Tianpeng escape technique grants its wielder the fastest illusion speed of any master. An average Taoist adept who honed this art could rival a saint in sheer swiftness. For Ye Cheng, who aspired to dominate the Saint King ranks, such speed, though still shy of true saintly velocity, would render him virtually untouchable among his peers. Of course, this single scripture couldn't match the comprehensive power contained in either the Chaos Great Supernatural Power or the Reincarnation Great Supernatural Power. Those tomes were each a complete inheritance: escape arts, slaying techniques, and countless other marvels woven together. No standalone method, however brilliant, could rival the combined might of a full supernatural compendium. Yet in the end, raw escape speed was precisely what Ye Cheng needed right now. With a steady breath, he reached out and claimed the Tianpeng escape technique, determined to master its secrets and ensure that no rival, Saint King or Saint, would ever corner him again. Ye Cheng had already mastered two of the highest-tier arcane powers, the Chaos Technique and the Samsara Technique, but he knew that adding a few select, uniquely powerful skills would shore up any remaining weaknesses. What truly caught his attention, however, were the jade pendants stored in Master Yuanwu's mansion, each one bound to a different Taoist scripture. These pendants weren't mere ornaments. Each was engraved with the complete cultivation memories of its respective sutra. All Ye Cheng had to do was place a pendant in his palm and absorb its stored knowledge, bypassing the usual months or even years of painstaking practice. While this shortcut couldn't elevate a technique to flawless perfection, it could easily bring him to the level of grand success, dramatically slashing his training time and instantly converting those memories into combat power. Marveling at the ingenuity of immortal methods, Ye Cheng flipped another page of the golden tome in his hand. Ye Cheng's gaze swept over scroll after scroll of Taoist lore, each one more astounding than the last. There were elite killing techniques. If fully mastered, their power could threaten even a Saint King. There were peerless defensive arts that, once committed to memory, could withstand a direct assault from that same mighty adversary. And then there were the arcane, world-altering manuscripts. Take the spirit-summoning divine method, for example. With it, a cultivator could raise legions of the dead, millions of reanimated corpses, each one rivaling a Saint King in combat as long as sufficient bodies were available. An army of that scale would put not only the wastelands, but the entire northern wilderness divine continent under one ruler's command. Scattered among these priceless scriptures lay numerous mystic relics. They might not rank among the Forbidden Mansion's absolute top treasures, but even so, each would spark shockwaves throughout the wilderness and beyond. Ye Cheng paused before one particularly radiant artifact and whispered its name in awe. Star Spirit Skyfire Lamp. Ye Cheng's eyes widened as he examined the pair of treasures before him. The first was a saint-grade artifact, nothing spectacular at first glance, but its true value lay hidden deep within its core. This is the Star Spirit Heavenly Fire Lamp, the Elder explained. It can produce a single Star Spirit sky fire every 100 years. Such flames are equivalent in worth to a fire attribute Tao Spirit seed of at least mid-tier quality, seeds that refine without adverse side effects. With one of these lamps, you hold the means to forge saint-level prodigies by the dozens. Imagine an entire sect or clan advancing its disciples from Red Realm to Saint Realm. With this lamp, it might take merely 10,000 to 100,000 years to elevate every core member to the verge of sainthood. He paused, allowing Ye Cheng to absorb the implications. In the grand academies and powerful lineages, even a single Tao spirit seed could shift the balance of power, but a device that guaranteed a fresh, perfect seed every century? That was the stuff of legends. And here, the Elder continued, producing a second object from the case, is the Extreme Thunderbell, a true Domain Master weapon. When fully unleashed, its peal resonates with such ferocity that it can trigger an instantaneous evolution in the Thunder Realm itself. No ordinary cultivator, not even a Domain Master, could withstand its thunderous decree. All beneath that level would be obliterated without mercy. Ye Cheng swallowed. Both relics bore unique restrictions, requirements about lineage, cultivation level, or intent, but he already met every condition. He could claim these treasures for himself. Quietly, he set his resolve. With the Star Spirit Heavenly Fire Lamp and the Extreme Thunderbell in his possession, the future of his sect, and perhaps the entire cultivation world, would never be the same. Though it could only unleash 1 or 2% of its true strength, that alone was enough to make Ye Cheng feel unafraid of any saint. Just as with the Extreme Thunderbell, here were treasures like the Demon Sword Formation and the Primordial Heaven Talent Transference, some bristling with overwhelming destructive power, others offering near impenetrable protection. He stared in awe at the glittering array before him. Any one of these artifacts would send shockwaves across the northern wilderness continent. Even though that land had been opened for cultivation longer than most, Saint King-level legacies had appeared only a handful of times in the past 2 decades. Domain Lord-level inheritances, Tao Sutras, and Tao soldiers were practically unheard of. In a place like the wilderness, A faction with several saint realms and a couple of saint kings could readily assert dominance. Even if every force in the region pooled its resources, they might still fail to assemble a single sect equipped with Dao soldiers and a complete Dao Sutra. It's absolutely insane. Ye Cheng exhaled, eyes locked on the golden book in his hands. Then his expression brightened as he flipped it open. They even have this kind of treasure? This is exactly what I want. Ye Cheng gazed at the gilded tome before him, his eyes alight with excitement. He turned to Xiao Zhongling and said, Zhongling, I've made my choice. Very well. Treasure number 137. Xiao Zhongling raised an eyebrow as he double-checked the register. All right, number 137. Your Highness, are you certain this is the one you wish to pick? Chapter 388. When Ye Cheng finished speaking, Xiao Zhongling nodded at first, but halfway through his response, he stopped dead in his tracks. Treasure number 137, Ye Cheng said calmly, is a complete set of 5 Dao spirit seeds, each one of the highest grade. Xiao Zhongling's jaw dropped. He knew that Dao spirit seeds came in tiers. The most ordinary would at best grant an extra red grade fate level 1 upon fusion, while slightly better ones might push a cultivator to red fate level 3. Top grade seeds, when paired with quality auxiliary treasures, could elevate a disciple all the way to red fate level 5, or even red fate level 6. What makes this trove astounding, Ye Cheng continued, is that it includes not just the 5 supreme seeds, but 36 auxiliary artifacts designed to facilitate their absorption. With these, even a cultivator of mediocre talent can merge all 5 top-grade seeds and achieve a complete transformation. Xiao Zhongling stared, breathless. That's beyond priceless. Yet there's more, Ye Cheng added, drawing a second golden codex from his robes. Inside this book lies another Dao seed set, only 1 seed, but again, a peerless top-grade Dao spirit seed. Xiao Zhongling could only stare, his mind reeling at the prospect of such power. When properly refined with their matching auxiliary treasures, its power boost rivals that of a 9th-rank Red Fate. To Xiao Zhongling, the one treasure truly suited to Ye Cheng, who is still only at the Dao Zun realm, is the Dao Seed. Your Highness, are you sure about this choice? What about treasure number 49? Xiao Zhongling glanced over anxiously, fearing the prince had overlooked it. Ye Cheng offered a half-smile. I'm aware of number 49, he said calmly, but for now, this seed will serve me better. After all, at the Daozun level, he may only select a single item from the list. In fact, only those who have reached the Quasi-Sage realm or above are even qualified to enter the Forbidden Mansion trials. And for each major realm, the trial is divided into 3 distinct stages: physical, Dao, and talent. Though Ye Cheng hadn't yet broken into the Quasi-Saint realm, the detection array acknowledged his talent as matching that of Saint Yuanwu. It concluded that he could clear the Quasi-Saint threshold without a hitch, and for that, he earned the right to select a reward. Xiao Zhongling urged him to seize this opportunity and maximize his potential. Among the offerings, 5 high-grade Dao seeds were undeniably valuable, but the single supreme Dao seed promised a leap far beyond them all. What Xiao Zhongling didn't realize was that Ye Cheng never intended to stop at just one prize. In truth, his plan was twofold. First, he would claim the set of high-grade Dao seeds now and secretly reserve them for Xiao Yiren. After reuniting with her, he would hand them over to give her a powerful boost. Then he'd face the 2 remaining challenges, the physical body test and the Dao realm trial of the Quasi-Saint tier. Conquer those, and he'd earn 2 more reward tokens, giving him 2 additional picks. With his strategy clear, Ye Cheng stepped forward, confident that this was only the beginning. Xiao Zhongling watched Ye Cheng with a resigned expression. Even Saint Yuanwu's gentle counsel hadn't swayed him, and she knew geniuses like him were set in their ways. Very well, she sighed. Since your Highness has made his decision, please follow me. With a flick of her hand, she led him into the depths of the treasure hall. After a few steps, she stopped before an ornately carved pedestal and retrieved a square brocade box. When she lifted the lid, 5 gleaming Grand Dao spirit seeds appeared, each nestled alongside its matching auxiliary treasure. Their combined Dao resonance flared so intensely that tremors rippled through Ye Cheng's sea of consciousness. He hid his astonishment behind a calm nod and carefully closed the box. Miss Zhongling, he said. "Now please guide me to the quasi-saint trial field." She hesitated, concern flick airing in her eyes. "Head to the trial field already? Your Highness, shouldn't you refine those spirit seeds first?" At her words, the three guardians standing nearby exchanged uneasy glances. Chapter 6: The Quasi-Saint Trial. Everyone had assumed that Ye Cheng had traded away his most precious treasure solely to refine it in a single stroke and shatter the quasi-saint barrier. Yet here he stood, the relic untouched. Was he really planning to rely on nothing but his own strength to conquer the trial? "Don't worry," Ye Cheng said, his voice calm and confidence shining in his eyes. "I know exactly what I'm doing." Hearing those words, Xiao Zhongling, who had been perched at the edge of his seat, let out a long, relieved sigh. "Very well," he answered. "You may attempt the trial as many times as you like. Since your Highness has made up his mind, follow me." With measured steps, Xiao Zhongling led Ye Cheng and the three royal guardians down a twisting corridor. They emerged into a vast, circular arena, like a miniature carved from white stone. Torches flickered along the walls, casting long shadows over tiered seats and an empty sandy floor. "There are 3 tiers to the quasi-saint trial," Xiao Zhongling explained, glancing back at Ye Cheng. "Normally, aspirants must clear each tier's talent stage before moving on, but you've already satisfied the formation's highest benchmark. You may bypass every talent test in all 3 levels." He swept an arm toward the arena's center. "From here on, you begin at the dawn of the Saint Realm. When you next ascend into the Saint King Realm, you'll do so directly at its talent threshold. Each time you reach the required realm, you'll immediately qualify for the corresponding reward. No further breakthroughs needed." Ye Cheng nodded once, his expression unreadable. The guardians tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for whatever challenge awaited. Above them, the torches crackled as the formation hum deepened, signaling the trial's commencement. Only the physical trial and the Dao realm trial remain. "Which will you tackle first, Ye Cheng?" Xiao Zhongling's voice rang out, bright and encouraging. Her smile betrayed her eagerness, but beneath it lay a more calculating purpose. In Zhongling's judgment, Ye Cheng's chances of passing either test were slim. Failure seemed far more likely than success. Though she looked like a mere child, her lineage and experiences surpassed those of 99% of the elder masters across the Beihuang divine continent. She recognized his extraordinary talent, but his pride worried her. A setback or two at this stage wouldn't damage his foundation. It would refine it. A temporary defeat would humble him, temper his arrogance, and forge a stronger will. In her mind, a little failure now would benefit him far more in the long run than unearned victory. The enthusiasm in her tone, however, struck the 3 guardians standing behind her as unwavering faith. Exchanging puzzled glances, they all assumed Zhongling was certain he would prevail, unaware that she secretly hoped he might falter. Could it be that His Highness has another ace up his sleeve, something Miss Zhongling saw but we missed? Jishan and the 2 others exchanged confused glances, but Ye Cheng paid them no mind. His attention was fixed solely on the trials before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he announced, first the Dao Realm test, then the physical trial. He was prepared to tackle both stages in any order, so it scarcely mattered which came first. Xiao Zhongling inclined her head and activated the field's restraints. In an instant, a vast arcane formation sprang to life around Ye Cheng. Intricate patterns of divine light wove together like shackles, each filament snapping into place and plunging him into confinement. His body, his sea of consciousness, even his dantian felt as if bound by unseen chains. Every current of blood qi and spark of spiritual energy dulled to numbness. Ye Cheng found himself utterly cut off from his own power. Ye Cheng felt every ounce of his power drain away, his cultivation suppressed until he was no more than a mortal. The calligraphy left by the true immortal, astonishing, he whispered, eyes fixed on the other end of the trial arena. There, a towering silhouette coalesced out of swirling shadows, a lion demon saint. Its mane blazed like living fire, golden light dancing across rippling muscles. 2 feral eyes, alive with predatory hunger, pinned Ye Cheng in place. The quasi-saint's aura was so immense that the very ground quaked beneath their feet. This was the trial of the Dao realm. Stripped of all magic, Ye Cheng stood alone against a foe whose power eclipsed his own. No sword technique, no spell could be called upon, only the Tao he had painstakingly internalized. Drawing a slow, steady breath, he let the true immortal's glyphs etched into his soul flare to life. Summoning the primal forces of heaven and earth, he prepared to strike. In that moment, mortal flesh and transcendent truth would collide, and only the Tao that pulsed within him could turn the tide. A demon saint in the quasi-saint realm who wants to wield the Tao alone and tap the power of heaven and earth needs at least the Tao stage cultivation of Ye Cheng. Only then can he achieve true Tao empowerment. Zhongling paused, her voice low but firm. And mastering Tao empowerment isn't enough. He must push beyond mere proficiency and attain at least the minor success level of Tao empowerment. Tao empowerment at minor success. What did that entail? Across the entire northern wilderness divine continent, from antiquity to the present day, only a handful of cultivators had ever grasped that truth before even entering the Saint Tao. In all of Tao Lord cultivation, mere mortals might covet such power, but none had truly achieved it. Even a prodigy like Supreme Yuan Wu, at the height of his Tao Lord prowess, had barely scratched the threshold of Tao empowerment, let alone reached minor success. At her words, the three guardians' faces drained of color. They glanced at one another, bewilderment and awe warring in their eyes. If such a level is this rare, one of them finally edged out, why do you sound so certain that His Highness, Ye Cheng, can attain it? Zhongling's brow arched in surprise at their question. A flicker of something unreadable passed across her expression before she replied, her tone confident yet measured. Because Ye Cheng's destiny is intertwined with the Tao in a way few can comprehend. You'll see soon enough. Grandpa Ji, you've got the wrong idea. I'm not doubting His Highness, but before she could finish, a sharp crack rang out from the arena. It looks like the victor has already been decided. Xiao Zhongling barely had time to react. He sprinted toward the barrier, his mind racing with comforting words for Ye Cheng. Yet in the very next moment, he froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. This can't be real, can it? Chapter 389, The Trial Field lay silent under the early morning light. Clad in flowing white robes, Ye Cheng stood perfectly still, his handsome features as flawless as carved jade and a faint, knowing smile curving his lips. Bound by the true immortal Tao pattern, every ounce of his spiritual power had been sealed off. He could not draw upon even the tiniest mote of energy, yet his composure remained unshakable. For a long moment, nothing stirred. Then, 3 feet before him, the very air began to tremble. Streams of ambient spiritual force seeped from earth and sky, gathering around the gleaming blade in his hand. In an instant, they swollen like a storm-tossed tide, coalescing into a titanic wave of sword energy. Xiao Zhongling and the 3 guardian elders watched in stunned silence as that roaring tide hurtled eastward. It struck the projected image of the lion demon saint with shattering force. In a blinding flash, the illusion exploded, stone and spirit fragments rained down, and the spectral lion collapsed to dust. Only then did the onlookers breathe again. Ye Cheng sheathed his sword with a soft click and looked up at Xiao Zhongling. His voice was calm, almost effortless. Miss Zhongling, have I passed the trial? Xiao Zhongling's eyes widened, and the guardians exchanged speechless glances. At last she bowed her head slightly. Your Highness, your talent is truly terrifying. Xiao Zhongling had always believed that Saint Yuanwu's talent was peerless, unique in the world, and that no one could ever surpass him. Yet as she watched Ye Cheng's performance unfold, a nagging doubt crept in. Could it be that her judgment had been premature? Lord Ye Cheng may even outshine Saint Yuanwu, she thought, eyes widening. She forced the notion aside almost as quickly as it arose. After all, Ye Cheng had only just stepped 1 rank beyond Yuanwu in the Tao realm. In terms of physical cultivation, he might still fall short. When Saint Yuanwu was at this stage of the Tao realm, he didn't pass the final Tao test, Xiao Zhongling reminded herself, and the 3 guardians watching beside her. Yet, he excelled in both the talent trial and the flesh trial. This very arena had once been consecrated by Tianhuang Zhenxian himself to forge Saint Yuanwu's strength. But once Yuanwu entered the Saint realm, the site's original purpose faded, and it was relegated to the lower realm as a proving ground for future generations. So far, Ye Cheng has cleared only the talent trial and the Dao test. By every measure, his achievements match Saint Yuanwu's, but do not exceed them. At her assessment, the three guardians exchanged uneasy glances. Though they trusted Ye Cheng's promise, it stung to be reminded how close, and yet how far, he remained from their legendary predecessor. They had all faced Saint Yuanwu before, and each of them had been soundly defeated, so they now followed him with complete loyalty. What none of them had expected was just how overwhelming Yuanwu's talent truly was. Yet the more they witnessed his extraordinary gifts, the deeper their admiration grew for Gu Yecheng standing before them, for his own aptitude was every bit as prodigious. Xiao Zhongling's voice carried a trace of pride as she asked, "Have you passed the body-tempering trial?" Gu Yecheng inclined his head in acknowledgement. Though the exact nature of the physical test remained secret, its difficulty could be inferred from the legendary Dao realm examinations. To overcome a quasi-saint's body trial while still at the Dao venerable level was nothing short of miraculous. And yet, he closed his eyes and delved into his sea of consciousness. There, strands of sword perception wove together into razor-sharp radiance, rising and falling within an invisible domain. The aura of his soul surged outward, like a colossal blade poised to rend the very sky. Gu Yecheng's lips curved into a half-smile as he watched Xiao Zhongling's awed expression. Had she truly grasped what she'd just witnessed, she would never have insisted his talent was only on par with Yuan Wu. The aura, pulsing through his sea of consciousness, revealed otherwise. What she'd seen wasn't merely superior sword technique, it was genuine sword force. Even if he failed the upcoming physical trial, his innate gift already outshone Yuan Wu's. But Gu Yecheng didn't bother to correct her. Words were pointless, his mind was fixed on the test ahead. He cleared his throat and spoke crisply. "Shall we begin the next round?" Xiao Zhongling snapped back to attention. "Of course, Your Highness." He drew in a slow breath, gathered his spiritual power, and wove a new formation in the air. It mirrored the Dao realm projection from before, yet this time the terms had changed. Gu Yecheng could call upon only his raw blood and qi, no extended consciousness, no hidden reserves. His adversary would once again be the spectral image of a demon saint on the threshold of quasi-sainthood. Gu Yecheng flexed his fingers and let out a low chuckle. "Too easy," he muttered under his breath. How formidable his physical frame was, he wondered. Soon enough, he'd find out. With a flick of his gaze, he stepped forward, fully prepared to test the limits of his body against a foe who would not hold back. Gu Yecheng had already perfected his immortal body, a breakthrough that outshone even mastering the great success sword technique of the Dao Zun realm. For a cultivator who'd merely comprehended that level of swordsmanship in Dao Zun, the news alone would send shockwaves through the northern wilderness divine continent. Should word spread that he'd cultivated an immortal body at Dao Zun, the Tianjiao of all four great continents would be left reeling, if not driven to outright madness. Xiao Zhongling stared in stunned silence as Gu Yecheng muttered to himself. Is His Highness being too boastful? They wondered. But before doubt could fully take hold, Gu Yecheng unleashed his next assault. Blood and qi roared through him like a churning abyss, his form radiating an aura of battle-hon divinity. In a single, earth-shattering punch, he obliterated the projected image of the demon saint, even in its quasi-saint realm incarnation. Silence fell. Then the ethereal trial voice echoed, "Your Highness has now conquered 2 levels of the trial. According to the rules, you may claim 2 additional treasures from the quasi-saint realm." Xiao Zhongling bowed and handed over the gilded ledger with grave solemnity. There was a new deference in her eyes as she regarded Gu Yecheng, proof that his deeds had earned her full recognition. Having conquered every test in the record of trials, he was now entitled not only to inherit the legacy manor, but also to command the Taoist sentinels of her sect. Gu Yecheng's lips curved into a modest smile. He took the golden tome and leafed through its pages with practiced ease. "I'll take 1 supreme Taoist seed, and for the 9 auxiliary relics, I choose the white tiger bone, the immortal spring, and the wanling insect grass." Without hesitation, Xiao Zhongling summoned the relics to her side. In a soft chime of spiritual energy, they materialized before Gu Yecheng, each one pulsing with innate power. Next, she turned to the three bound guardians kneeling before her. With a slight raise of her wrist, she whispered an incantation. Swish! In an instant, the sealing runes that had shackled Jishan and his companions vanished into motes of fading light. Their expressions shifted from shock to relief, though another, subtler rune remained within their bodies, a safeguard to ensure they could never unleash their true power without limit. Ye Cheng looked on calmly, already planning how to integrate these newly freed warriors into his ranks, and which relic to employ first in his quest for ascension. What's the meaning of this? Jishan's voice trembled with restrained fury. As the strongest and most battle-hardened among the three, he leveled a hard stare at Xiao Zhongling, already suspecting the truth in his heart. Xiao Zhongling's calm reply confirmed Jishan's worst fears. His Highness, Ye Cheng, chose two rewards. One is the sup, Rimi Dao seed and its accompanying auxiliary treasures. The other is the three of you. Ye Cheng's exchange golden book was a marvel of arcane commerce. Through it, he could trade for precious elixirs, Taoist warriors, rare medicinal formulas, even mysterious elixir techniques. Most extraordinary of all, the book could call forth living guardians, stalwart protectors bound to defend their master. Yet these guardians came with ironclad restrictions. Each could intervene in combat only 3 times. After that, they were rendered powerless, even if Ye Cheng himself perished. At best, they could gather his remains and retrieve the master token from the abandoned mansion. Despite such severe limitations, Ye Cheng had irrevocably spent his guardian summons on Jishan and his 2 companions. It was a bold choice, one that spoke of absolute trust in their prowess and of the prince's confidence in the arsenal he now commanded, an armory bristling with Taoist soldiers, life-saving medicines, and advanced elixir techniques. With such resources at his side, Ye Cheng was certain he could face any threat, guardian calls spent or not. Ye Cheng's personal cultivation may be impressive, but he's only reached the Daozun realm. Even if he were to sacrifice the very origin of his Tianlian divine trunk, its power would peak at saint level, and that's before accounting for the static nature of any formation he deploys. Granted, with his mastery he could erect a grand array capable of holding its own against a saint king's assault, but such defenses can't adjust themselves on the fly. Beyond the borders of Jishan Mountain, the great tribal hegemons, Yuling, Manshan, and the others, all answer to holy kings whose trump-card formations can unleash unknown levels of destructive force. In that context, it makes perfect sense for Jishan's 3 guardian saints to end their retreat and stand watch over their homeland once more. And when you measure talent, not one of those 3, Jishan, Wu Jiao, or Yue Ming, can be compared to Saint Yuanwu. Their gifts are light years beyond his. Yet the moment they venture into the wider world, they'll be tested against true red-grade adversaries. Fortunately, each of them also carries Dao-level legacies and unique skills in reserve, tools that may well prove decisive on the battlefield. Within the walls of the Yuanwu mansion, their progress is completely stifled by the ceiling restrictions. They simply can't break through. But out in the wider world, given enough time and freedom, there's no doubt they would rise to become realm masters or even Dao masters. Reaching the domain Lord Realm would be all but guaranteed. Freeing these 3 now wouldn't just add powerful trump cards to Ye Cheng's hand. It would secure him 3 more domain lords, or perhaps even stronger allies, once they've recovered their strength. Chapter 390. Thank you for your kindness, Lord. Jishan and the other 2 cultivators bowed deeply, their gratitude shining in their eyes. None of them could have predicted that Ye Cheng, the true heir of the ruined sect, would spare them. His nod of approval had granted them not only their freedom, but the chance to resume their Taoist practices. To them, his mercy felt every bit as monumental as an enlightenment. If Ye Cheng had refused to save them, they would have remained trapped within these crumbling walls for all eternity. Now, as they knelt in the dust, they swore a solemn life-and-death oath to serve and follow him. Ye Cheng reached out, helping each of them to their feet. He offered a warm smile and a few encouraging words before turning to his next task. Without delay, he retreated to a secluded chamber deep within the ruins, determined to refine the supreme Tao seed and merge it into his body. Unlike ordinary Tao spirit seeds, A supreme Tao seed carries no elemental attribute. Once fully assimilated, it crystallizes into the cultivator's primary path, shaping their destiny from that moment forward. Ye Cheng closed the chamber's heavy doors behind him, sealing himself off from the outside world as he prepared to usher in the next stage of his transcendent journey. Ye Cheng's efforts to cultivate 6 reincarnation bodies have paid off spectacularly. His Tao mastery now spans 7 elements: fire, water, metal, thunder, wind, and most powerfully of all, the sword. Having just refined the supreme Tao seed, his innate affinity will henceforth lean heavily toward swordsmanship. In the months that followed, the ruins thrummed with thunder and lightning, as if the very air roared in approval. Such tumult is no surprise. A supreme Tao seed is an unimaginably rare treasure. Though only cultivators below the Emperor realm can wield one directly, its intrinsic grade eclipses that of most Tao soldiers. The Yuanwu Ruins Divine Repository, said to house over 1 million artifacts bequeathed by the Yuanwu saint and refined by Tianhuang Zhenxian, contains only a single supreme seed among its countless relics. Refining even one is a formidable challenge, but with Ye Cheng's unparalleled insight and determination, he overcame every obstacle. The 3 guardians stared at the vision before them, each exhaling a silent sigh. Then, steeling themselves, they turned inward. With Ye Cheng having entered seclusion, they could no longer afford any delay. One by one, they closed their eyes and began to temper their own foundations. Refining the supreme seed takes a decade at the very least, Elder Bai murmured, his voice low but firm. Even with His Highness's exceptional talent, the power matrix in the abandoned mansion and all our accumulated treasures will still need a year or 2 of uninterrupted cultivation. Let us use this time to strengthen ourselves. After years shackled by Yuanwu's prohibition within that forsaken estate, they were finally free to pursue their destinies once more. Though exhilaration danced in their hearts, they all knew better than to rush. Foundations had to be consolidated first. Only then could they dare break through to a higher realm. No sooner had they settled into their deepest meditations than a clear, resonant toll cut through the clouds. The sound of the Tao bell echoed through the halls, snapping them from their retreat. Could it be Lady Zhongling's summons? One guardian whispered, eyes flying open. What's going on in the abandoned mansion? Jishan and the other 2 guardian saints froze for a heartbeat, then abruptly ended their meditative retreat. Racing up to the highest hall, they burst in to find Zhongling deep in conversation with someone they could never have expected. Standing beside her was Ye Cheng, clad in white, his posture calm and confident. At their sudden entrance, Ye Cheng looked up, a serene smile touching his lips. He inclined his head in greeting. "Your Excellencies, you're out of retreat?" The 3 saints exchanged stunned glances. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Half a year had passed since Ye Cheng entered the desolate tower to refine the supreme Tao seed, and the tower's vortex was only ever open for at most a year. By all rights, it should soon close again, and when it did, every outsider would be expelled, forced to abandon the old mansion and return to the outside world. Yet here he stood, fully composed, as if the rules of the tower dared not touch him. Chapter X. Resonance of the Supreme Tao Seed. When Ye Cheng and his 3 guardians emerged back into the present world, they briefly considered resuming their efforts at refining his newly acquired Tao seed. But the instant they materialized, the 3 elders froze. Each had sensed a subtle fluctuation in Ye Cheng's aura. Although he had not yet broken through the great realm barrier, his presence felt markedly more powerful than it had just months ago. There was only one explanation. Ye Cheng had already refined and mastered the supreme Tao seed. "That settles it," one elder whispered to the others. "We need to prepare at once. The desolate tower's cycle is nearing its end. When it collapses, the transmission vortex will open, and we must be ready to return." Ye Cheng offered them a faint, knowing smile. He neither confirmed nor denied their suspicions, but the look in his eyes only deepened their unease. Yet the young cultivator paid his guardian's worries no mind. His full attention was fixed on the small, ethereal figure floating before him, Xiao Zhongling, guardian spirit of the Yuanwu mansion. They had climbed to the tower's summit to speak in private. High above the swirling skies of the desolate realm, the wind carried only the soft hum of latent power, and the impossible hush that accompanies fateful decisions. Ye Cheng folded his arms across his chest and regarded Xiao Zhongling with intent. "Tell me again," he said softly. "If I were to find a second Supreme Tao seed and refine it, would its resonance force all the other seeds I've already integrated to elevate themselves to Supreme Tao level?" Xiao Zhongling's translucent form glowed with serene confidence. She inclined her head. "Yes, Master, the Supreme Tao seed's power is unique. When two such seeds coexist in one vessel, they will draw upon each other, forcing every lesser Tao seed within that vessel to awaken, transform, and ascend to Supreme Tao status." A thrill of anticipation coursed through Ye Cheng's veins. He had felt that surge of power already, but to push it further, to unify dozens, perhaps hundreds, of Tao seeds at the supreme level, such strength would redefine the boundaries of cultivation itself. Ye Cheng closed his eyes, breathing deeply as he centered himself on that growing possibility. Around him, the Guardians busied themselves with preparations for the imminent closure of the desolate tower. But his mind was already racing ahead, plotting his next move in the eternal quest for transcendence. In that silent, wind-swept summit, master and spirit alike knew that the next step would change everything. After Ye Cheng emerged victorious from the quasi-saint trial, Xiao Zhongling finally acknowledged him and told him he could drop the formal Miss Zhongling. From now on, he need only call her Xiao Zhongling. Then, adopting a solemn tone, she began. "The Tao divides into yin and yang, flowing and combining in perpetual flux. It's by this interplay that chaos evolves and all spirits are born. The same principle should apply to Supreme Tao seeds. If you can fuse two of them, it might provoke a transformative reaction, elevating the seed within you to an even higher state. Of course, this is only conjecture. I can't be certain it will work." Xiao Zhongling sighed, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "These ideas come from the notes of Tianhuang Zhenshan," she admitted. Even she never actually met anyone who refined two Supreme Tao seeds. In her past life, she only managed one. And as for Yuanwu Saint, he refined 5 top-grade Tao seeds, then broke through to the Emperor realm, but he, too, never attempted more than that. She fell silent for a moment, eyes distant, as if recalling a half-forgotten dream. "I want to believe it's possible," she whispered, "but we'll have to rely on your own strength and a little bit of luck." The Supreme Tao seed hidden in the Forgotten Mansion, now in Ye Cheng's possession, was not originally his prize. It was first discovered deep within the Chaos Sea by Yuanwu Saint Lord during his ascent into the Saint Realm. Yuanwu had joined Tianhuang Zhenshan on an expedition that plunged far beyond the sea's safe edges into its most mysterious reaches. Unfortunately, though Yuanwu had attained the Saint Realm, his cultivation level still fell short of the power needed to refine a new Tao seed. He could only leave it buried in legend for those yet to come. Listening to Xiao Zhongling's tale, Ye Cheng's expression shifted from curiosity to astonishment. Even someone as mighty as Tianhuang Zhenshan had encountered only 2 Supreme Tao seeds in his entire life, and the second one only appeared during that perilous voyage through the Chaos Sea's uncharted depths. By contrast, when Ye Cheng himself once traversed the Chaos Sea en route to the northern wilderness, he had carefully followed the ancient Beihuang Nanshuan road, a relatively sheltered path that never ventured near those haunted waters. He had never dared set foot in the sea's hidden heart. Yet now, here was proof that Tianhuang Zhenshan had done exactly that, and returned with a treasure beyond imagining. Ye Cheng had never dared to venture into the deeper reaches of Chaos Land, and even now he wouldn't dream of entering such perilous territory. "Supreme Tao seeds are astronomically rare," he muttered. "Do I really have to spend centuries or even millennia in the Tao Zun realm just to unlock this possibility?" The promise of fusing 2 Supreme Tao seeds, triggering a full-body transformation of every Tao seed within, was undeniably enticing. But the thought of waiting so long gave Ye Cheng a splitting headache. Fortunately, Xiao Zhongling anticipated his worries and offered a reassuring smile. "Your Highness need not despair," she said. Before leaving the mortal world, the Saint King lamented his failure to secure a Supreme Tao seed, so he entrusted the true immortal with a special task, to compile a volume on the Supreme Tao Sutra. Xiao Zhongling continued, The Supreme Tao Sutra stands as the ultimate Tao-level scripture. Any master would consider it a priceless treasure. Mastering it could elevate one's combat prowess to unprecedented heights. However, you should know that the true Immortals version contains no innate magical enchantments. It is rather a theory and guidance so precise that with diligent study, you could still achieve remarkable breakthroughs. Xiao Zhongling's voice was quiet but firm as he laid out the final scripture's secret. This text is notoriously difficult to cultivate. Its sole effect is to temporarily lower the threshold for refining the Supreme Tao Seed by one tier. Ye Cheng frowned as he absorbed the meaning. So if I master these teachings, he said, once I reach the Emperor level, so long as I haven't yet broken through to Quasi-Sage, I can still absorb a Supreme Tao Seed into my body later to cover that gap. Exactly, Xiao Zhongling confirmed. But note well, this technique applies only to the Supreme Tao Seed. Any high-grade or lower-grade seeds remain off-limits to cultivators at the Emperor level and above. At this, Ye Cheng's eyes brightened. And like the other rewards, I must spend my trial points to claim this scripture? Xiao Zhongling inclined his head. Correct. Even exalted volumes such as the Zhongdao Jue confer only a single specialized benefit. In their case, breaking the heaven and earth barrier so that Emperor-rank practitioners can fuse Tao seeds. This text works the same way, but only for the Supreme Tao Seed. Ye Cheng nodded steadily. He knew the cost would be high, but the potential advantage, bridging that crucial gap on the path to Quasi-Sage, made it worth every point. It's absolutely worth it for Ye Cheng to spend a single reward on that exchange. Now that he has the Zhongdao Jue in hand, ascending to the Emperor level is all but guaranteed. With that certainty, he felt no more distractions. He departed the ruins alongside the three guardian saints, but Ye Cheng wasn't in any hurry to break through. Instead, he resolved to wait, seek out another top-grade Tao seed, absorb it, then attempt his ascension. After all, with the Zhongdao Jue, he could even fuse 9 new Supreme Tao seeds at once. Of course, this extraordinary power applies only to Supreme Tao seeds. Once he has absorbed 9 of them, he can no longer fuse ordinary Tao seeds, even if he possesses the proper formulas, because only Supreme seeds can transcend that limit. And housing 9 Supreme seeds within his body would not only stabilize his Tao foundation, but also provide the necessary support for transforming and refining his 6 reincarnation bodies and his chaotic body. Finding top-grade Tao seeds proved a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the Desolate Tower's transmission vortex would remain open for some time, granting Ye Cheng a precious window in which to shuttle through its countless pocket worlds in search of those rare, coveted seeds. As Ye Cheng prepared for his final sweep, 2 grim-faced contingents were already racing toward the tower's entrance. Had he been there, he'd have instantly recognized them. The only surviving Tao-protecting quasi-saints sent by the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans, each led by their young masters, hastening back from the tower's depths. Chapter 391. For countless ages, the Yinming and Shuake tribes, 2 of the wilderness's oldest lineages, have ruled these lands. Even before the Great World was born, each tribe boasted a quasi-saint in its ancestral temple, their presence as weighty as an ocean trench, and no one dared to challenge their authority. Today, however, the heirs of those 2 sacred houses and their quasi-saint protectors wore ashen faces. Word had just arrived that the Saint Lord's mansion had been ambushed. Every guardian stationed there, even the 2 resident quasi-saints, had fallen to the invaders' blades. The news struck them like ice through the heart. Quasi-saints were near mythical in number, only a handful existed in the entire realm, and 2 had been slain in a single strike. Though both were early-stage quasi-saints, newly elevated after the Great World's opening, their loss was nothing short of catastrophic. Upon hearing the news, the 2 strike teams plunged into the Xuanbing realm, determined to storm the old mansion, seize the thief, and exact a brutal vengeance, ripping him limb from limb. Although one of their quasi-saints had fallen into the interceptor's hands, neither the tribal heirs nor their guardian quasi-saints believed he could have slain 2 quasi-saints in direct combat. They were convinced he must command some hidden art, a formation master or wielder of forbidden techniques, to unleash a killing array across the blood wasteland, slaughtering countless cultivators and even two of their quasi-saint ancestors. When they arrived, their suspicions crystallized. Before them lay the very forbidden killing formation that Ye Cheng had erected to bar their advance. "He's a formation's prodigy," one tribal heir murmured. "Only a band array could claim our ancestors' lives in the restricted zone." On the scorched plain, the killing formation ignited with divine radiance, its lethal runes coalescing around Liang and the others, sealing their fate in an unholy embrace. The surviving masters of the two holy clans swept the battlefield with their divine senses and found nothing. To their frustration, they were convinced Ye Cheng still hid safely behind his lethal formations, that the arrays themselves were his only defense. "He hasn't dispelled them," one hissed. "If he were truly powerful, he'd simply withdraw the formations and face us openly. Leaving them in place only proves he's guilty, afraid to stand unguarded against real opponents." The quasi-saints leading the Blood Sparrow and Yinming clans ground their teeth. They longed to tear Ye Cheng apart, to sate the burning rage that had blighted their prestige. In the Wasteland Tower, they had suffered grievous losses, and word of their shame had spread far and wide. None felt the sting more keenly than the Blood Sparrow clan. Just before Ye Cheng entered the Forbidden Mansion, he had hunted down their newly promoted quasi-saint, Shui Yuan, across 100,000 miles. He finally struck Shui Yuan down in broad daylight, before a throng of cultivators in the great city, an execution witnessed by countless spectators. The spectacle had not only claimed the life of their rising star, but also shattered the clan's hard-won reputation. Now, standing before the silence of those still active killing arrays, the two clans trembled on the brink of ruin. Though they all knew that Shui Yuan had likely been grievously wounded by Ye Cheng before his death, his life force shattered by the killing array deep within the Forbidden Zone, none of that could change the fact of their defeat. The only way the Blood Sparrow clan could erase the sting of this humiliation was to capture and slay Ye Cheng. They did not tarry in the Xuanbing realm. The moment the transmission vortex shimmered to life, the combined forces of the Blood Sparrows and their allied clan surged toward the desolate tower's exit, intent on escaping its perilous depths. In open combat, they were convinced Ye Cheng posed little threat, yet they also respected his mastery of formations. In the bloody wasteland they had all read, he encountered countless lethal arrays, their crimson light and suffocating pressure unnerving even the staunchest quasi-saint ancestors and veteran masters. Now, as they pressed forward under the tower's looming arches, every footstep echoed with urgency. If they could sweep Ye Cheng up before he had a chance to weave another deadly formation, perhaps they could reclaim their honor, or at the very least, forestall further disgrace. They lacked the confidence to linger any longer in the Blood Wasteland, so they resolved to withdraw from the Wasteland Tower and regroup just outside its entrance. "Once we're back in the outside world," one of the young clan masters murmured, "the ancestors' powers will no longer be checked. They'll unleash their full strength, and no matter how cunning that boy's array techniques are, he'll stand no chance against them." While the young masters of the two holy clans and their elite warriors indulged in these triumphant thoughts, elsewhere, inside one of the smaller realms within the Wasteland Tower, three figures streaked along a radiant divine rainbow toward the exit. Leading them was Ye Cheng, accompanied by Mo Yunjiao, the Yunjiao clan's young scion, whose bloodline resonated with ancestral power, and a third companion, a striking female cultivator of icy composure. She was clad in a sleek, form-hugging black robe that traced every curve, and with each step her flowing skirt unveiled a pair of long, graceful legs that seemed to command the very air around her. Together, the three of them raced toward the tower's throat, where the boundary between the wasteland and the outside world lay waiting. A subtle air of nobility clung to her brow, a quiet, unspoken authority that commanded respect even beneath her delicate beauty. Yet in this moment, as she fell in step behind Guyiran, she displayed no trace of haughtiness. Her movements mirrored his almost perfectly, always a half-beat lagging, as though she were a devoted attendant, never daring to ease her vigilance. If anyone had witnessed this scene, it would have set the entire sect ablaze with gossip. For the woman in flowing black robes was none other than Xianxia Empress Lu Roli, the very cultivator who had once entrusted Ye Cheng with the coordinates to the Xuanbing realm. Her name alone struck terror into the hearts of the Yinming clan, with whom she bore a bitter, unforgiving feud. A prodigy among humans and a legend throughout the wilds, she had long vowed vengeance against the Yinming. Though relentlessly pursued, she had roamed the untamed lands unscathed, even daring to enter the Wild Tower herself. Unwavering in her purpose, she remained determined to settle the score, an indomitable figure before whom even the ancient saints bowed in vain. Lu Roli didn't hesitate. She was more than willing to become Gu Yiren's devoted follower. She knew that, once the news spread, it would create quite a stir. But she felt no regret. After all, she already understood the magnitude of Ye Cheng's recent achievements. He had boldly thwarted the two holy clans' schemes, ambushed and slain a cadre of Yinming clan masters, and even defeated one of their quasi-saint ancestors. Under Ye Cheng's guidance these past few days, Lu Roli had been reunited with Gu Yiren. Together, they witnessed firsthand the astonishing feats of the young girl. Ye Cheng's own talent and prowess were already dazzling, and she had thought, unmatched in the wilds. Yet Gu Yiren's skill was equally formidable. In Lu Roli's eyes, the girl's gifts scarcely lagged behind Ye Cheng's. What's more, Xiao Yiren had been born within the Taiyan sect, forging a bond with Lu Roli that made her feel even closer to the prodigy. With every new demonstration of power, Lu Roli grew more convinced she had made the right choice in pledging her loyalty to Gu Yiren. Lu Roli couldn't help but sigh as she reflected on everything Xiao Yiren had accomplished over the past few months. Once the news got out, the entire wildlands would tremble. Xiao Yiren first challenged the Qingji, Ao clan's young master, slaying him in a single devastating strike that left him fleeing for his life. Then, wielding her innate fire, she incinerated every master the Qingjiao clan had sent to bully her. She even roasted to ashes their quasi-saint, a disciple who'd resorted to forbidden weapons and unleashed power at the saint-venerable level. On top of that, she and her friends had swept in and seized the two prized Saint King estates the Qingjiao clan had painstakingly excavated. If any of these deeds became known, it would shock the wildlands to its core, and with every feat credited solely to Xiao Yiren, who would dare to underestimate her now? High-ranking members of the Qingjiao clan, long accustomed to looking down on the wilderness, deeming themselves its next overlords and treating humanity like ants, would be utterly humiliated when Xiao Yiren struck back. Yet Empress Xuanyue felt a sudden weight in her chest. The Qingjiao clan isn't an enemy you defeat so easily, she murmured. Xiao Yiren has truly provoked a deadly feud. I only hope His Highness Ye Cheng readies himself and warns his master without delay. Lu Roli shared those concerns. Ye Cheng's astonishing cultivation and talent simply couldn't exist without a powerful pedigree. How else could he and Xiao Yiren have achieved such strength? Their origins had to lie with an elite clan, or perhaps a reclusive ancient master hidden in the wilderness. Even so, any such hidden power would at best rival the Qingjiao clan. As it stood, the Green Dragon clan had already paid a heavy price for this confrontation. If reinforcements for Ye Cheng didn't arrive soon, the Green Dragon clan, the Yinming clan, and the Bloodbird clan would almost certainly erupt in fury and strike out recklessly. Lu Roli had never sought glory, but she couldn't bear to see two human prodigies, Ye Cheng and his son, Gu Yiren, fall victim to alien hotheads. After all, Ye Cheng had already slain countless Yinming clan masters to avenge her. Aunt Roli, you really don't need to worry about those green worms, young Yiren piped up. Lu Roli's tense silence was all the encouragement he needed. After a thoughtful pause, he rushed on. With Daddy here, those green worms aren't even worth mentioning. Even if their elders show up, it won't change a thing. Pride and admiration colored his voice. From Lu Roli, he'd learned that his father had also ventured into the desolate tower to face whatever dangers lay within, and with him at his side, Yiren felt certain nothing could go wrong. Though it was already too late to meet again inside the desolate tower, Xiao Yiren was certain she'd see her father once they returned to the outside world. It had been over a year since they'd parted, and the little girl missed him more than anything. Besides, She'd taken full advantage of the Green Dragon clan's weakness in the tower. She'd slain countless of their masters and even killed a quasi-saint rank Green Dragon. And she'd gathered all sorts of precious treasures to bring back to her father. Hearing that innocent confidence, Li Ruoli couldn't help but offer a wry smile. Watching Xiao Yiren, she was painfully reminded of Ye Cheng himself. Father and daughter, Ye Cheng and Gu Yiren, really were cut from the same cloth. Overwhelmingly talented, but just as overwhelmingly arrogant. Ye Cheng had always dismissed the Green Dragon clan as little more than pests, never taking them seriously. With a daughter like this, his own attitude was unlikely to be any more cautious. That thought tightened the knot of worry in Li Ruoli's chest. She feared Ye Cheng would repeat the same mistake of underestimating the Green Dragon clan that his daughter had already made. As soon as the Green Dragon clan's masters arrived, we'd be in real trouble. Better not wait to find out. Li Ruoli drew a quiet breath and slipped her hand into her storage pouch. Inside lay the small teleportation talisman she'd once lifted from a saint's corpse, a talisman that had rescued her from the Yinming clan's bounty hunts more than Alan, and once. She'd used it sparingly over the years, and it still retained one final charge. In a pinch, she could activate it and send Ye Cheng and Master Yiren to safety. As for herself, she'd long since accepted whatever fate awaited her. Her own talent was unlikely to carry her to vengeance against the Yinming clan in this lifetime, but if Ye Cheng and the others survived, there was still hope for all of them. Quietly resolved, Li Ruoli quickened her pace, guiding young Master Yiren toward the exit with determined urgency. Chapter 392. Outside the desolate tower's entrance, champions from every corner of the realm stood silent beneath the looming spires. The tower had been open for nearly a year. By long-held custom, its gates would now close, and those who had ventured inside to hone their cultivation would emerge. True to form, every major power in the desolate realm had dispatched its finest to witness the occasion. Even the ancient Blood Sparrow clan and Yinming clan sent reinforcements, over 100 emperor-rank cultivators between them. Yet to the surprise and puzzlement of the gathered heroes, not one quasi-saint ancestor appeared among their numbers. Have the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans grown so confident that they didn't even bother to send a quasi-saint? Murmured one observer. It was well known that the desolate tower yielded extraordinary rewards, relics and treasures coveted even by quasi-saints. For two lineages as storied as Blood Sparrow and Yinming, to omit their most senior figures seemed almost unthinkable, and left many wondering what lay behind their unexpected restraint. Compared to the great sects, like the Qingjiao clan, our group was clearly a rung below. They hadn't even bothered to send a single quasi-saint to lead their forces into the Wilderness Tower. Frankly, it felt presumptuous. As murmurs of criticism spread, someone scoffed. "You really are uninformed, friend. Don't you know, the Qingjiao and Youling clans have pooled their wealth this time. They're sending not one, but 4 quasi-saint ancestors into the tower." Another voice cut in. "They probably don't even need those elders. As long as their senior disciples come back victorious, that alone will keep everyone else firmly underfoot." 4 quasi-saints? The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Even a single quasi-saint occupied the very summit of power in the wilderness. Any cultivator who reached that threshold, no matter how unremarkable elsewhere, enjoyed deference from every major sect, the Qingjiao, the Manshen, Yuling, and the rest. And now 2 of the greatest holy clans were unleashing 4 of their mightiest ancestors at once. A tense hush fell over the arena. With such overwhelming backing, who could dare challenge them? Shock rippled through the crowd. Everyone couldn't stop imagining how vast the 2 holy clans' haul would be this time. Some well-meaning onlookers even began to wonder aloud why such a powerful force would send 4 quasi-saints into the Wilderness Tower. Surely, they must have uncovered some extraordinary inheritance and planned to claim it the moment the tower opened. In a world without impenetrable walls, especially here, where masters of every school and lineage had gathered at the tower's gates, news traveled fast. Before long, a single rumor set every heart racing. The 2 holy clans have unearthed the ruins of a long-abandoned mansion. They say it might be the lost treasure of the Holy Lord himself. The mention of the Holy Lord's manor struck like a boulder dropped into a placid lake. In an instant, ripples of excitement and unease spread among every hero assembled, each one wondering what marvels and dangers awaited within those ancient walls. In the vast wilderness, no Holy Lord has ever set foot, so the mansion he once inhabited must be overflowing with treasures beyond imagination. If the Blood Sparrow clan and the Yinming clan can really breach its ruined halls, their fortunes will soar. Riding the wave of the great world's opening, these two clans could rise to rival the Moon Spirit clan and the Barbarian God clan as the future overlords of this wild land. "Blood Sparrow clan brother," one cultivator called out, "why have you kept us in the dark for so long?" "And you of the Yinming clan," another added, "did you think our friendship too feeble to merit such crucial news?" A hush fell over the gathered heroes. After a moment's stunned silence, they composed themselves and fixed eager eyes on the Blood Sparrow and Yinming delegations. Several Taoist masters, once loosely affiliated with Hose clans, stepped forward, their voices honeyed with flattery as they jockeyed for position, each hoping to trade for a share of the Saint Lord's mansion treasures. Even if the Saint Lords and supreme techniques remained off-limits, the chance to trade for rare elixirs and artifacts still represented a tremendous gain. The Taoist masters' flattering appeals and long list of requests secretly thrilled the emperors of the Blood Sparrow and Yinming clans. Yet, neither would dare finalize anything until their quasi-saint ancestors returned. Emperor Xian of the Blood Sparrow clan chuckled, lowering his voice in mock humility. "You Taoists are too kind, but I see no mention at all of this so-called abandoned mansion." Emperor Mu of the Yinming clan smiled and nodded. "Precisely. And even if the mansion does exist, recovering its treasures won't be simple. We've already dispatched our finest warriors inside, and I wouldn't bet they'll come away with more than a handful of trinkets." Xian's eyes glittered. "We could end up bearing heavy losses. Who's to say the Taoist relics hidden within would ever make up for what we'd spend in blood and treasure?" They exchanged knowing looks and laughed softly. Their courtesy was polite enough, but the message was unmistakable. They would not risk their clans on an uncertain promise. "If you wish to reap the benefits of the abandoned Saint Lord's mansion and draw close to its hidden secrets, you must first hand over enough treasures to compensate our two tribes for the risks we undertake," declared the Blood Sparrow chieftain. The would-be intruders from the various mortal cultivator sects immediately cursed both the Blood Sparrow and Yinming clans as profiteers, scolding them for hiking the price. Yet none could deny that the Saint Lord's lost treasures were supremely alluring. Just as the crowd murmured in hesitation, the two tribal leaders exchanged knowing looks and broke into broad smiles. "Of course," the Yinming emperor chimed in. "If you fellow Taoists find yourselves short on resources, fret not. True friendship cannot be measured merely in jade or gold." His companion nodded in agreement. "Indeed, our clans may shoulder heavy losses this time, but we trust in your loyalty. Should any enemy ever threaten us, we expect you, our honored allies, to stand united at our side." Together, the leaders of the Blood Sparrow and Yinming clans delivered their assurances with warm words, even as their cold eyes swept toward the encampment of the human quasi-saint sects not far off. The first to feel the full force of their wrath was the Taiyan sect, the very sect that produced Ye Cheng. Years ago, the great Xuanyue divine dynasty was shattered by the Yinming clan's onslaught, and only Empress Lu Ruoli escaped with her life. Ever since, the Yinming clan has searched in vain for the fugitive empress. But legend has it that a handful of human sects, most notably the Taiyan sect, secretly harbored and protected Lu Ruoli. The rival Blood Sparrow clan found itself in the same predicament. Whenever the Yinming tried to exterminate promising human cultivators, the Taiyan sect and its allies would spirit those prodigies away to safety. On occasion, they even struck back, eliminating the Yinming's vassal geniuses as a stern warning. For years, both the Blood Sparrow and Yinming clans have borne a deep grudge against these human sects. Yet despite their fierce enmity, the Taiyan sect's power has waned over recent generations, leaving it outmatched by the ancient might of both the Blood Sparrow and the Yinming. Although the great human sects, Taiyan and its peers, had seen most of their quasi-saints fall, a few still clung to power. That lingering strength made the Blood Sparrow and Yinming clans wary of provoking a full-scale war. Yet once they claimed the Saint King's mansion, everything changed. Rivals and allies alike now hesitated to challenge them, and dozens of ancient races, each boasting their own quasi-saints, began sending envoys, eager to win their favor. The leaders of Blood Sparrow and Yinming seized the moment. By uniting these ancient lineages under one banner, they could unleash a concerted strike against the human sex, Taiyan foremost among them. When the ancient saints heard this proposal, their eyes brightened with fierce anticipation. Unlike the more neutral Yunjiao clan, these elder lineages had long sided with Xueke and Yinming, seeing mortals not as partners but as cattle to be milked of blood and spirit. There had been little reason to wage war on the surviving human quasi-saints, until now. With the Yinming and Xueke leaders laying out a blueprint for joint conquest, the ancient saints found their old hesitations swept away by a surge of dark ambition. This is bad. An oppressive chill settled over the gathered masters of the human sects. The patriarch of the Taiyan sect and his disciples all paled beneath the hostile stares of the ancient creatures before them, as if a colossal weight had pressed down upon their chests. The seventh elder of the Yunjiao clan frowned at the spectacle. After a brief moment's hesitation, he rose, flanked by several of his clan's finest cultivators, and took his place resolutely beside the Taiyan patriarch. Yet even with Yunjiao reinforcements, humanity seemed fragile compared to the primeval beasts arrayed behind the Xueke and Yinming clans. Among those beasts, a group of ancient saints long allied with Xueke and Yinming advanced with deliberate, predatory steps. Their cold eyes swept over the Taiyan masters as though sizing up dinner. "Tell me, fellow Taoists," one of the ancient saints drawled, voice dripping with contempt, "what makes you think you can challenge us on our own ground?" The Taiyan patriarch sighed, his shoulders sagging under the weight of the moment. Then, as if summoned by deep resolve, a surge of divine light flared in his aged eyes, brilliant enough to cleave the gathering gloom at last. Grand Elder Taiyan rose to his feet without hesitation, positioning himself squarely between the ancient beasts and the younger disciples clustered behind him. Although his hair had turned pure white with age, his spine was unbowed, and a fierce aura, worthy of a late-stage quasi-sage, rolled off him like a gathering storm. In that moment, it was as if he alone could shoulder the heavens and defend every man, woman, and youth huddled at his back. At the sight of his unleashed power, the hostile creatures paused in mid-snarl. Even the two clan emperors, the spear-wielding chiefs of the Blood Sparrow and Yinming clans, who only moments before had trained their deadly tips on Taiyan's sect, found their courage faltering. Their eyes widened, and they dared not utter so much as a threat. A late-stage quasi-sage's strength is no trifling matter. It surpasses that of most wandering quasi-saints, and even rivals the 4 quasi-saint ancestors said to patrol their towers in search of hidden dangers. Indeed, both the Blood Sparrow and the Yinming clans boast their own foundation-level progenitors, immortals who have perfected the quasi-sage realm. Yet, in this single instant, none could outmatch the resolute might emanating from Grand Elder Taiyan. Such primordial beings would never lightly choose to go to war, certainly not now against Old Master Taiyan. Their lifespans were nearly spent, their reserves of vital essence almost exhausted. Every chance to strike was far too precious to risk without the promise of a supreme elixir to restore them. Absent such a treasure, they wouldn't dare appear. "Master!" At the summons, the ancient creature's stony expression softened, and the human cultivators clustered behind the old man visibly relaxed. A few of them hurried forward, concern etched on their faces. The old master offered a brief wave to show he was uninjured, but as his gaze drifted toward the Yinming clan and the Blood Sparrow clan, his eyes clouded with worry again. If the rumors were true that these two sacred lineages had at last uncovered the Saint Lord's mansion, then their rise would be unstoppable. Even if he survived this confrontation, the hum and race's foothold in the wilderness would be inexorably squeezed until there was nothing left. The thought weighed heavily on his heart. From a distance, the two foremost emperors of the Blood Sparrow clan and the Yinming clan exchanged knowing glances. "He's just an old dog," one scoffed. "Don't waste your breath worrying about him." Once our clan's ancestors return with the Saint Lord's Daozang, we'll turn it into the bedrock of our power in only a few years. Exactly, the other agreed, voice low and cold. That ancient human can be snuffed out with a flick of the wrist. Every so often, their gazes darted toward the far side of the clearing, where the venerable Master Tai Yan and his allies stood locked in silent vigil. Malice gleamed in their eyes. Then, without warning, the massive doors of the desolate tower, sealed shut for nearly a year, shuddered open with a resonant buzz. One by one, brilliant teleportation vortices ignited in the gaping archway, bathing the courtyard in shifting hues of violet and silver. The cluster of heroes waiting outside froze in awe. For a heartbeat, all chatter ceased as they stared at the swirling portals. Then, with soft hisses like wind through bamboo, more than 10 beams of light shot forth, each one arcing gracefully out toward the assembled crowd. In that moment, anticipation and dread tangled in the air. The long wait was over, and whatever emerged from those vortices would change everything. A roar of bloodlust and a pulse of deadly intent burst from the vortex at the desolate tower's summit, rippling across the exit and drawing every eye. Even the two emperors, leaders of the Yinming and Bloodbird clans, stopped in their tracks, their expressions brightening with recognition. "That's my team," shouted Emperor Wei of Yinming, every fiber of his being resonating with pride. "And I feel the presence of my Bloodbird elders," boomed Emperor Zhu, his voice thick with triumph. Their subordinate guides couldn't hide their excitement, and the gathered heroes at the tower's base leaned forward, curiosity and apprehension warring on their faces. Through the clearing mist, they made out several figures hurtling toward them. Among them, Ye Cheng, his cloak whipping behind him. "They've actually seized the Taoist artifacts from the Saint Lord's mansion," one veteran whispered, awe threading his words. Another nodded. With these two great clans at their back, they'll rise to the heavens themselves. But as the newcomers descended from the swirling portal, eager faces turned puzzled. A captain in the front ranks frowned, exchanging looks with his comrades. "Wait a moment," he muttered, tone half amused, half disappointed. "Is this really the formidable force we were told to fear?" Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The grand expectations of unstoppable might now clashed with the unimpressive reality before them. Chapter 393. "Something's wrong," one of the ancient creatures muttered, his voice low and tense. Between the two great saint clans alone, excluding their vassals, they brought nearly 100 clan masters into the Wild Tower. Yet now there are barely a dozen of them left. How can that be? The emperors at the head of the Yinming and Bloodsparrow clans exchanged uneasy glances, still recalling the sheer might of their forces. And above all, the 4 quasi-saint ancestors leading the charge, they forced themselves to calm down. "What are you all worrying about?" the Yinming emperor snapped, his tone laced with scorn. "You're all just spooked by the unknown. There are more of our ancestors behind us, waiting for the Saint Lord's mansion to manifest so they can claim its Taoist treasures. This little group? They're merely our advance guard." His words stung the ancient creatures he'd belittled. Their scales darkened in irritation, but none dared to contradict him. After all, his logic was hard to deny. With the promise of the Saint Lord's mansion and its legendary hoard, any losses here were but a prelude to the real reward. Though displeased, the Yinming and Bloodsparrow leaders forced down their anger and kept their eyes fixed on the figures streaming from the teleportation vortex. One by one, a dozen people emerged, yet no unexpected powerhouses materialized to join them. Their unease turned to outright panic when the dozen drew closer, and they recognized more than just the young heirs of the two tribes. To their horror, the quasi-saint ancestors of both clans were among the newcomers. "Ancestor, what's going on?" one of the arriving emperors choked out, utterly stunned. A stunned silence fell over the assembled rulers. The two clan chiefs exchanged anxious glances before stepping forward. Their voices trembled as they demanded, "Quiet, fall back and wait." The last remaining quasi-saint ancestors of Yinming and Bloodsparrow spoke in low, icy tones. They gathered their clan's young masters alongside the emperors and led them away to a secluded mountain just outside the teleportation exit. Watching this unexpected display, the ancient creatures, who had already been shaken by the two tribes' power, felt their own hearts quicken. They exchanged curious looks, minds racing with questions. The gathered elders and ancient beasts exchanged glances, relief softening their wary expressions. "Judging by all this," one of the creatures murmured, "neither clan has managed to secure the Saint Lord's mansion's sacred treasure. And their casualties are severe," another added. "Only a single quasi-saint ancestor has emerged so far." A ripple of relief passed through the assembly. Still, a few remained solemn, uneasy. What if this was a trap, laid by the two saint clans themselves? The Saint Lord's mansion was too coveted to ignore. If a Taoist relic did surface, even the mighty Qingjiao clan wouldn't stand idly by. They'd intervene at once, and so would the Moon Spirit and Barbarian God clans. At this hour, only a dozen or so elite warriors had come out to scout. Could they be deliberately pulling back, hoping to digest the divine artifact in secret? "Send scouts," commanded one of the ancient beasts, its voice low and confident. "We must find a way to approach that mountain and learn exactly what they've discovered." At that, an elderly man among the assembled heroes stepped forward, nodding decisively as he readied his staff. The operation to reconnoiter the Saint Lord's mansion was underway. Ye Cheng flicked his sleeve, and a small treasure flew out, landing neatly at the feet of the young quasi-saint scion of the Dunkong Beast clan, one of the clan's most prized heirs. The device had been refined with the holy horn he'd shed. Once activated, it allowed its bearer to slip into the void and gather intelligence undetected. Even a cultivator of the same quasi-saint realm would struggle to sense someone eavesdropping unless they'd achieved the apex of quasi-saint perfection. At the same time, other ancient beings of quasi-saint status began deploying their own covert methods, infiltrating the mountain passes to monitor any unusual stirrings. To their surprise, they stumbled upon remarkable news. The two leading quasi-saints of the great saint clans had been exceptionally cautious, erecting ward after ward, isolating every avenue of inquiry to prevent information leaks. What they hadn't counted on was the magnetic draw of the Saint King's mansion. Rumors slipped through even the tightest defenses, spreading like wildfire across the region. A hush fell over the assemblies as the implications sank in. Whispers darted from lips to eager ear, the excitement palpable. What they had uncovered would soon send shockwaves through every corner of the Saint King's territory. They stood just outside the legendary Saint King's mansion, if the rumors were true, and the news that reached them was nothing short of astonishing. "A Saint King's mansion, intercepted by a human genius," a warrior murmured, his voice tinged with disbelief. "And not just ambushed," another added, eyes shining. "His name is Ye Cheng. He cut down master after master from the Yinming clan and the Blood Sparrow clan, and even slew their quasi-saint ancestors." A stunned silence fell over the assembly. If it weren't for the solemn testimony of quasi-saint elders from the other ancient races, no one would have believed such a feat. Even the venerable Taiyan sect's old master and the most respected dignitaries of the human race had initially dismissed the story as impossible. "Could our race really have produced someone like him?" a nobleman whispered, shaking his head. An undercurrent of excitement rippled through the crowd, quickly tempered by their leader's cautious concern. At last, a senior human commander stepped forward, his expression grave. "Send word to the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty at once," he ordered. "Send your finest experts to Zhangyang City immediately. Ye Cheng must be protected. If he truly has the strength to fell quasi-saint ancestors, he could alter the fate of all our races." The venerable elder of the Taiyan sect cleared his throat, his deep voice cutting through the murmurs of the assembly. Everyone snapped to attention. If these reports were true, then this human prodigy, Ye Cheng, would indeed become the cornerstone of humanity in the wilderness. He had not only seized the Taoist scriptures from the Saint King's mansion, but had also slain the quasi-saint-level ancestors of the Yinming and Bloodbird tribes atop the wilderness tower. Even if there were unknown factors, perhaps collaborators or rare artifacts lending him aid, his achievements still spoke of unrivaled talent. Humanity in the wilderness could not afford to let such a figure slip through their fingers. They must unite and protect him at all costs. As the human delegates rallied to action, the ancient creatures who had gathered to observe began to exchange eager looks. They rubbed their hands together, eyes glinting with predatory excitement. A human prodigy like this cannot be allowed to grow unchallenged, one hissed softly. The younger the talent, the more potent and the tastier their essence. I can hardly wait. Soft whispers passed among them, each voice laced with feral anticipation. Their faces, contorted in savage delight, betrayed the cruel truth. They had no intention of letting Ye Cheng's legend go untested. High on a storm-tossed cliff, a cadre of ancient saints labored to complete a lethal thunder array. Their orders were clear. The moment the human prodigy Ye Cheng emerged from the Saint King's mansion, the array would unleash its wrath and end him. Eliminating Ye Cheng would not only prevent him from growing into a future threat against the ancient races, beings who already regard humanity as little more than prey, but would also allow them to claim the Saint King's legendary treasures now in the young man's possession. Ancestor, the news has already leaked, one subordinate reported, his voice tight with urgency. What are your orders? Around them, the air crackled with restless lightning. Not far away, perched on neighboring peaks, the leaders of the Yinming clan and the Blood Sparrow clan shared anxious glances. Each clan had vested interests in both Ye Cheng's fate and the priceless artifacts he carried. Do not be alarmed, one of the two quasi-saint elders of the Yinming clan replied, his tone measured. Let them make their move. Once Ye Cheng steps into the array, there will be no turning back, neither for him nor for our rivals. The elder from the Blood Sparrow clan offered a slow nod. Though both had frowned at the leak, they understood that the scheme could no longer be hidden. Now, they simply had to wait for the perfect moment to strike, and ensure that no one, not even their fellow ancients, would stand between them and the spoils of the Saint King's hoard. Even if they keep silent now, the surviving monks of the desolate tower will eventually return, and with them, the news that Ye Cheng has intercepted the two clans' precious opportunities. When that day comes, these ancient families will be thrown into turmoil. But it matters little. We have already made our preparations. Have you brought everything I asked for? Shui Ling's voice was as cool and unhurried as ever. He was an ancestor of the Blood Sparrow clan, a mid-stage quasi-saint whose presence alone sent ripples through the mortal realm. Beside him, Ye Shu, the Yinming clan's own quasi-saint ancestor, cast a steady, appraising glance at the two young emperors standing before them. The two imperial emissaries froze at first, then snapped to attention and nodded vigorously, their eyes shining with anticipation. It was no small feat for these mighty quasi-saints to leave their ancestral lands, but before setting out to recover the saints' treasure, they had taken every precaution. Now, with deliberate ceremony, each produced a sacred weapon, timeless heirlooms passed down through their clans for countless generations. With the blessing of the holy weapons, and with both our clans united, even if anyone dares to stir up trouble, we'll be the ones laughing at the end. Shui Ling and Ye Shu spoke in hushed tones, cool contempt and barely concealed pride shining in their eyes. They still looked down on Ye Cheng, yet they couldn't deny his latest achievement. He had intercepted a treasure from the Saint Lord's mansion. He may not have been a match for us quasi-saints before, Ye Shu murmured, but now that he holds the Saint Lord's divine artifact, he's bound to have some extraordinary cards up his sleeve. Let him go ahead, find the path, and clear any traps for us. Having convinced themselves that every angle had been covered, Shui Ling and Ye Shu exchanged satisfied glances. Behind them, the direct line masters of both clans nodded in eager approval. Just then, a soft whoosh echoed through the transmission vortex at the exit of the desolate tower. A brilliant arc of rainbow light flared into existence overhead, its colors vivid and alive, like the aura of a rising prodigy. All eyes turned upward, captivated by the divine spectacle. Ye Cheng's aura was astonishingly powerful. He'd already broken through to the Saint Venerable realm, and at his age, no less. His talent and luck must both be exceptional, and the rewards he reaped in the desolate tower clearly fueled this surge. Could this be that young prodigy who stole a path to greatness meant for the two clans? A whisper ran through the crowd, filled with equal parts awe and suspicion. Chapter 394. A swirling transmission vortex crackled into focus, and from its depths emerged a lone figure. He radiated the lofty aura of a Saint Venerable, overlaid with the vibrant life force that only the most gifted youths can muster. At once, even the ancient creatures, who had been sharpening their claws and scheming to slaughter Ye Cheng and seize the Saint Lord's mansion, paused in stunned silence. So young and already this powerful? No wonder he managed to intercept the mansions of 2 clans, one ancient beast murmured in awe. He's a human, though, another growled. Brilliant as he may be, his destiny is doomed. Before their whispers could spread, a cold, commanding voice rang out across the vortex. Quiet! Every ancient creature froze, their eyes darting to the source of the interruption. Stepping forward was a middle-aged man whose bearing exuded authority. A single dragon horn of polished emerald curved gracefully from his forehead, catching stray light and scattering it like liquid jade. His robes were a deep, misty green, and a dark green halberd was slung across his back, its blade shimmering with barely restrained power. As he surveyed the assembled beasts, a ripple of recognition passed through them. Faces turned ashen. Even in this realm of titanic forces, his name carried enough weight to silence every challenger. A stunned silence fell over the assembly of ancient creatures in the ruined hall. One by one, voices rose in low, excited whispers. That's an ancestor of the Qingjiao clan, a quasi-saint. I never expected him to show up here. It's true. Word is the Qingjiao dispatched a host of experts into the abandoned tower and uncovered countless Saint King-level inheritances. He's come to join their young master, Ye Cheng, and oversee the divine treasures they recovered. Saint King-level inheritances may not rival the treasures of a Saint King's mansion, but sheer numbers can't be ignored. The Qingjiao clan's rise is like a rainbow that sweeps across the sky, unstoppable. As admiration rippled through the crowd, the Qingjiao clan's quasi-saint ancestor allowed himself a proud smile. He swept his gaze slowly across the gathering, coming to rest on the quasi-saint elders of the Yinming and Xueke clans. Their faces drained of color under his steady scrutiny. Finally, he withdrew his eyes and spoke with casual authority. I trust the Yinming and Xueke clans will remember their place in the presence of my nephew, Ye Cheng. The words hung in the air like a challenge, leaving the 2 rival clans unnerved, and the rest of the hall more than ever in awe of the Qingjiao's formidable strength. The arrogance of mortals never ceases to amaze me, declared the Qingjiao clan's quasi-saint, his voice dripping with contempt. Tell me, what hope did humanity ever have against the might of the ancient beasts? In those days, humans were little more than our servants, our prey. A cruel smile curved his lips. But time has a way of tarnishing even the greatest legacies. Too many in our clan now rest on the laurels of their forebears, refusing to innovate, and so they were overrun, crushed by the very ants they once despised. What a disgrace for the sacred clan. We must reflect, reform, and reclaim the glory we have squandered. At his words, the quasi-saint elders of the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans flinched. Their faces burned with suppressed rage. They had come armed with a hidden trump card, one they were certain could fell the Qingjiao quasi-saint, but neither dared voice objection. After all, the saint-rank sect still towered above them in strength. To break ties now would court ruin. Sensing their hesitation, the Qingjiao quasi-saint threw back his head and laughed. He had achieved exactly what he wanted, to humiliate the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans, who had the audacity to curry favor with the Saint Lord's manor behind his back. With that, he leaned forward, eyes glittering with triumph, and plotting the next blow against his silent foes. Had it not been for the human prodigy, Ye Cheng, who appeared out of nowhere and inadvertently opened this window of opportunity, the Qingjiao clan's standing would surely have suffered. The clan's quasi-saint found himself oddly grateful to a genius he'd never met. Soon enough, he vowed under his breath, I'll make that bold human pay for this. He turned toward the swirling transmission vortex and raised a hand in command. Elite warriors of Qingjiao, fall in! Prepare yourselves. The human Tianjiao who stole our chance will emerge any moment. When he does, we strike without mercy. The assembled masters bristled with anticipation. Yet as the vortex's rim grew closer, a creeping unease settled over them. With each step the newcomer took, the desolate tower's suppressive wards weakened. They could feel his aura sharpening, vibrant and unrestrained, and a cold doubt rippled through their ranks. As Ye Cheng pressed against the invisible restraints of the wild tower, a hush fell over the gathered Qingjiao clan masters. His aura was unmistakably not human. Instead, it carried the cold, desolate echoes of some primeval, ancient being. Not human, someone breathed. Could he be one of the fabled heirs of the ancient clans? Another whispered, excitement flickering in their eyes. They all felt it, a subtle, surging fluctuation in Ye Cheng's energy, as though he were straining against the tower's binding spells. Every veteran disciple recognized it instantly. The signature tremor that accompanies the activation of a forbidden artifact, those world-shaking weapons forged by the saints. Faces went pale as the realization hit. That's the Qingjiao clan's own forbidden artifact, someone blurted. Even the clan's quasi-saint could hardly contain his shock. This isn't just any human weapon, he stammered. It's our clan's supreme forbidden artifact. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the assembly. Then, he's not merely a human prodigy, they concluded, eyes fixed on Ye Cheng's form. He must be a young, ancient creature, wielding our clan's greatest forbidden treasure. The moment Ye Cheng stumbled free of the desolate tower's exit, the quasi-saints of the Qingjiao clan snapped back to attention, their faces draining of color. Around them, the ancient creatures, poised to strike, halted mid-lunge, blinking in surprise. None expected the young master to escape so swiftly. With a sudden whoosh, Ye Cheng landed before the assembly. Usually brimming with swagger and self-assurance, he now looked anything but confident. Behind him, the Qingjiao clan's forbidden weapon, a shimmering dragon phantom, had materialized just long enough to shield him as he fled. No sooner had it faded into wisps of light than he stood utterly unprotected, panic flooding his features. Every trace of noble composure vanished. Instead, Ye Cheng quivered like a lost hound, eyes darting desperately at the heroes arrayed before the tower's entrance. He was the very picture of a young master stripped of his safeguards and utterly at a loss. Ye Cheng's eyes went wide the instant he spotted the Qingjiao clan's semi-saints. Panic flared in his chest as if a pack of hounds were on his trail, and he charged toward them without a second thought, utterly desperate. "Master, what's happened?" One of the junior disciples stammered, nearly tripping over his own feet to catch up. "Young master, please tell us, what went on inside the desolate tower? Where are our senior cultivators, and Patriarch Qingju? What became of him?" At once, every member of the Qingjiao clan on the field sprang into action. Clad in their pristine robes, they looked mortified. Even Uncle Qingju, one of the clan's few semi-saints, abandoned all decorum. His heart thundered in his chest as he rushed forward to steady Ye Cheng, concern etched deeply on his features. Around them, the ancient beasts that had been snarling and circling only moments before froze in stunned silence. These same creatures had watched the Qingjiao clan loom imperiously over the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans, mocking air rivals' weakness and hurling attacks without mercy. Yet in the span of a single heartbeat, the Qingjiao clan's own prodigy had burst out of the dreaded desolate tower, pale, breathless, and stamped with utter terror. No one knew quite what to say. The balance of power, so assured a moment ago, lay shattered in the wake of Ye Cheng's frantic flight. A sudden, stinging blow landed squarely on Ye Cheng's cheek, so swift and unexpected that neither he nor his kin had time to brace themselves. The assembled warriors of the Qingjiao clan, from the lowest-ranked fighters up to their venerable quasi-saint, froze, mouths agape in disbelief. Quasi-Saint Shen, Ye Cheng's own uncle, was the first to move. He darted forward, catching the young master just as Ye Cheng began to buckle at the knees. With practiced hands, he checked Ye Cheng's pulse. "His meridians are intact," he announced, relief softening his usually stern features. "No internal foundation damage." Putting aside all thoughts of immediate treatment, he fixed the circle of onlookers with a penetrating gaze. What transpired inside the desolate tower? At once, leaders from every major sect leaned forward, their curiosity palpable. Ye Cheng's face drained of color. He parted his lips to respond, but before a single word emerged, a violent spasm shook his body, and he vomited blood. Slumping against his uncle's steadying arm, his breaths came in ragged gasps. In that silent moment, even this crowd of hardened masters, witnessing the fall of a prodigy, could only stand aghast. Within the desolate tower, arcane barriers, set in place by the immortals themselves, keep every powerhouse in check. Nothing rivals the talent of Ye Cheng, young master of the Qingjiao clan, nor the forbidden blade gifted to him by his family. Even a quasi-saint would pause before launching an assault here, for within these walls Ye Cheng could always slip away unscathed. Who, then, could hope to humiliate such a paragon of strength? As the spectators whispered among themselves, the tower's exit flared to life once more, a transmission vortex blazing with prismatic light. Through it stumbled 3 figures, 2 towering cultivators, and between them a tiny girl in a fiery red dress. Though she appeared no more than 6 or 7 years old, her leap carried the force of thunder. She planted her feet and let out a triumphant cry that reverberated through the chamber, her aura zeroing in on Ye Cheng like a hunter scenting prey. "You may flee, Ye Cheng," she declared, voice brimming with imperious authority, "but you'll leave your dragon tendons behind to become a belt for my father." Chapter 395. A tiny figure in a burning red dress suddenly burst from the deserted tower. Though her voice rang out with the innocence of childhood, her words struck all who heard them like thunder. "Qing Chang Chong, you shameless usurper of the Qingjiao legacy, come out and face justice." The girl's eyes glittered as she leveled a tiny finger at Ye Cheng. "I'll slice out your dragon sinews myself and have my father fashion them into a belt." Every cultivator present froze. Their jaw dropped. Their minds reeled. Who was this ruthless little girl? No one could place her origin. Yet behind her, 2 legendary figures stood calmly, so composed it only deepened the shock. "That's Mo Yunjiao," someone whispered in awe. "He's the golden-eyed prodigy of the Yunjiao clan, backed by nearly 50% true dragon blood." "And next to him, is that the Xuanyue Empress, Liu Ruoli?" another voice gasped. "2 peerless geniuses as bodyguards for a child. Who on earth is she?" In stunned silence, the heroes stared at Mo Yunjiao and the Empress. Then their gazes snapped back to Ye Cheng, as if they had just seen a ghost. Could this little girl really be Gu Yiren? Gu Yiren's face may not be well known in the wildlands, but her reputation certainly is. Long before she ever entered the Wilderness Tower, her exploits had already spread far and wide. When she first set foot in the realm, she claimed the 10th spot on the Wilderness ranking. Shortly afterward, she faced down Mo Yunjiao, then ranked 10th herself, and won decisively. She went on to defeat several senior masters of the Yunjiao clan, firmly cementing her place in the top 10. With that resume, she wasn't just content to linger at number 10, she was determined to break into the top 5. For the human race across the wildlands, whether it was the venerable old guard of mighty veterans, the middle-aged elites like Luo Li, or the young prodigies such as Chang Sun Ming, Gu Yiren had become a shining idol. But to the ancient races that viewed humans as little more than livestock or trophies, she was a living nightmare and a most unwelcome thorn in their side. Despite their admiration, or their fear, everyone had assumed Gu Yiren was a prodigy of Mo Yunjiao's generation, perhaps even older and practicing her art for decades. No one expected the so-called Little Lady Yiren to be an actual child of barely 10. "Maybe she's mastered some technique to appear so young?" one onlooker whispered. Another shook his head. "You can fake your looks, but bone age fluctuations never lie. This girl, she really is under 10. Before the entrance to the Wild Tower, the assembled heroes stood frozen, staring at the tiny figure as if she were a ghost. Even the Qingjiao clan's strongest warriors were dumbstruck, unable to believe what they'd just witnessed. Then the truth sank in. It was Gu Yiren who had delivered the decisive strike. And once that settled, neither the bystanders nor the Qingjiao elders were surprised that their young master had fallen. After all, Gu Yiren's record spoke volumes. Though barely a child, she had already defeated Mo Yunjiao and numerous senior masters of the Yunjiao clan. Even with Mo Yunjiao's advantage of channeling the secret realm, her talent and fighting spirit were nothing to scoff at. But how did Ye Cheng, the Qingjiao clan's young master, measure up? Before even entering the desolate tower, he had overwhelmed Mo Yunjiao, proving himself unquestionably superior. Once inside, under the strict watch of his clan's elite guardians, he devoured scripture after scripture, elevating his cultivation into the saint-venerable realm. Yet the tower's oppressive immortal Tao stifled him, capping his true power at the heavenly venerable level, a plateau he could only maintain thanks to forbidden weapons. In that light, his defeat at the hands of a prodigy like Gu Yiren was hardly surprising. Now, as the gathered clan masters exchanged self-satisfied glances, Ye Cheng's arrogance flared. He rose to his feet, voice cold and clipped, ready to expose Gu Yiren's outsider status, and urged the elders to extinguish this upstart threat once and for all. Ye Cheng's injuries were so severe that he involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood before he could say a word. A flicker of panic crossed Gu Yiren's face as she knelt beside him. "Ye Cheng, you can't die on me," she urged, her big eyes shining with a touch of cunning. "If you really die here, your dragon tendons will wither, and you'll never live up to my father's expectations." Her tone might have sounded worried, but Gu Yiren harbored no real sympathy for him. In her mind, he was nothing more than the scheming young master of the Yin-Yang Qingjiao sect, a long green worm, as she privately called him. Had he not escaped from the desolate tower so swiftly, she would have killed him without a second thought. It all began when Gu Yiren discovered a recently unearthed saint's manor hidden within the tower's ruined halls. No sooner had she set foot inside than the sect's young master attacked, intent on ransacking its treasures. Although she quickly routed him, he fled and summoned the quasi-saint ancestor of his clan to ambush her at the gates. Forced into a corner, Gu Yiren finally unleashed her innate fire technique, and even that barely cracked their siege. Now, with Ye Cheng's life hanging in the balance, her mind raced through every possible remedy. But time was running out, and her father's approval depended on this young master's survival. Under the relentless assault of the Green Dragon clan's quasi-saint ancestor, who had driven her into the abandoned tower, Xiao Yiren finally had no choice but to unleash the sword talisman entrusted to her by Ye Cheng. Its blade of pure energy tore through the enemy ranks, enabling her to claim a stash of valuable clan artifacts, just enough to offset her own losses. And if fate ever grants her the chance, she swore she wouldn't hesitate to kill that green worm. The mocking edge in Xiao Yiren's voice sent the clan's young master into a blind rage. He coughed up blood, his face drained of color, and glared at the quasi-saint leader. "Uncle, elders, look at this. She's stolen from us. Help me capture this little thief." "Worry not, young master," the quasi-saint ancestor replied with a cruel smile. "I'll cut her down in the blink of an eye." A heavy silence fell over the assembled masters of the Green Dragon clan. Their young master stood there, humiliated and coughing, yet loyalty held them fast. None dared let a human make a mockery of their honor. An emperor-ranked cultivator of the Green Dragon clan shot to his feet, his eyes narrowing into razor-sharp slits as they fixed on Xiao Yiren. Just as he opened his mouth to strike, the panicked voice of the Green Dragon young master burst through the hall, each word punctuated by a hacking cough of blood. "No, no, elder, don't kill her. You must capture her alive. We have to recover what she stole. She's made off with the Taoist treasures from several Saint King estates that our clan uncovered, and she even killed our 15th ancestor, stripped him of both his remains and his relics." What? Every head turned. The 15th ancestor the young master had mentioned was none other than the quasi-saint the clan had dispatched into the abandoned tower. And by the sound of things, he'd fallen to her as well? "This is unbelievable," someone muttered. "What's happening to the human realms? A massive luck explosion," another whispered, dread heavy in his voice. Not only has Ye Cheng, the fearsome warrior who snatched victory after victory from the Blood Sparrow and Yinming tribes, now a merciless girl named Yiren, arisen to pillage the Qingjiao tribe's hard-won opportunities? I must be dreaming. This can't be real. A stunned silence fell over the assembled heroes. When the young master of the Qingjiao tribe delivered the news, it struck them like a nightmare. The tribe's strongest warriors gaped in disbelief, frozen until a collective gasp finally snapped them back to reality. "Curse you, you little thief! You deserve to die," roared Elder Qingdao. As the 13th ancestor of the Qingjiao tribe, one of its 19 Holy Way masters, and a quasi-saint in his own right, he had grown especially close to the 15th ancestor who ventured into the deserted tower. He had volunteered to support that expedition, only to hear this devastating update. His veins pulsed with rage as he fixed a murderous glare on Yiren, eyes blazing with red-hot fury. "Die!" The roar of the 13th dragon ancestor shook the sky. He reared back, and brought down a colossal scaled hand, each emerald-hued plate gleaming in the light, spanning more than 10 feet as it thundered toward Ye Cheng. Quasi-saintly power exploded outward, divine radiance scorching the air like flame, while the sheer force of the blow made the ground quake as if it might give way beneath that crushing weight. At the last possible moment, a master of the human Taoist lineage sprang into action. Boom! A pillar of fire shot upward, dazzling and fierce as lightning. It struck the dragon claw full on, shattering its momentum and ripping it aside, snatching Ye Cheng from certain death. "Old sect master!" Ye Cheng cried, relief flooding his young face as he steadied himself. The venerable sect master offered him a brief, reassuring smile. Then his expression turned grave. Eyes blazing with resolve, he fixed his gaze on the 13th dragon ancestor and spoke in a deep, thunderous voice. "Ye Cheng, take your Aunt Ruoli and Sister Yunjiao. Fall back now. You call yourself a master of the Saint Dao, yet you struck down a mere newcomer who only just became a venerable. Aren't you the least bit ashamed?" "Ashamed? Mufentian, listen well. You can't shield this brat. Even if that reclusive elder from the Yunjiao clan emerges from seclusion, he won't be able to stop me. How dare you steal my clan's chance and lay a hand on our quasi-saint? I don't care if she's just a girl. She dies today." Chapter 396. Inside the desolate tower, everything is a matter of life and death. Hasn't your Qingjiao clan already wounded masters from other lineages? The 13th Jiao ancestor's voice dripped with contempt. And the tower's rewards are earned by merit alone. Your clan couldn't even hold on to the Daozang, yet here you are, strutting about, picking on the weak and targeting Yiren. 7th uncle of the Yunjiao clan, famed for his fiery temper, bristled at the insult. "You dare lecture me?" he snarled. "If you've got something to say, go ask your big brother to say it for you." The 13th Jiao ancestor only sneered and exhaled, calm as a still sea, until a pulse of quasi-saint-level pressure rippled from him. In an instant, sonic shockwaves hurled toward 7th Uncle Yun, who staggered under the invisible onslaught. Among the spectators, human masters and elders of allied clans, faces went pale at the raw display of power. The air crackled as the two titans of the Jiao clans prepared to clash. 7th, Uncle Ye Cheng of the Cloud Dragon clan had been a prodigy in his youth, once reigning supreme over the wilderness. But the Green Dragon clan, jealous of his talent, laid a trap that crippled his cultivation base. Now, after more than 10,000 years of practice, he remained stuck at the Emperor realm, rumored never to reach the Saint realm in his lifetime. Seizing on this weakness, the 13 dragon ancestors attacked, and many feared the venerable elder would suffer disgrace before the great heroes of the wilds. Yet, as anxious onlookers held their breath, Ye Cheng stood firm. He faced the crashing sound wave head-on, gathered his spiritual power, and roared back with unshakable authority. "I may have grown old, but I will not bow to you disrespectful green worms. Your clan shames all ancient dragonkind when you bully the younger generation." With that thunderous cry, Ye Cheng's own sound waves smashed into the ancestors' assault like a mountain wall, driving it back without so much as a tremor to his stance. "Is that the aura of a quasi-saint?" A hush fell over the assembled heroes as they stared at the 7th uncle in stunned disbelief. Even the 13th dragon ancestor's face went pale, his eyes widening. "Well, I never would have guessed an old man like you could make such a breakthrough." His sneer rang hollow this time, the swagger gone from his tone. He had been confident only because he assumed Xiao Yuren was at most on par with Mu Fentian, the former leader of Taiyan. Now, the 7th uncle of the Yunjiao clan had quietly ascended to quasi-saint level, and in an instant he had dominated the battlefield. The seasoned warriors of the Qingjiao clan shifted uneasily at the overwhelming pressure. Just then, more than a dozen figures swooped down from the distant sky. Every newcomer radiated extraordinary power, their arrival drawing every eye upward in astonishment. Ye Cheng stood at the head of his small force, the air around him crackling with latent power. Behind him came two elder masters, each a quasi-saint whose mere presence stirred awe among the gathered warriors. The assembled heroes, who until moments ago had despaired, now fell silent, every eye fixed on these new arrivals. "They're the vanguard of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty," one veteran whispered. "Quasi-saints, no less, champions of the entire human race. As the three figures advanced, more than a dozen other masters fanned out behind them, their armor gleaming with spiritual radiance. Yet it was the trio in the lead who drew every gaze. Clad in burnished gold plate and exuding an almost divine majesty, they moved like legendary heavenly generals. At the center strode a young man whose very aura shouted nobility. A purple-gold crown crowned his brow, and in his grip rested a massive halberd that pulsed with ancestral power. Rumors swirled at once. Could this be the Holy Dynasty's third prince, the prodigy adored by the Sacred Lord himself? Even the staunchest skeptics found hope rekindled in their hearts. What? The Tianyuan Holy Dynasty now on the field, the tide of battle was poised to turn, and the human race might yet prevail. Third Prince Ye Cheng's talent was nothing short of legendary. It was said he could ascend to the quasi-saint realm in only 3,000 years, truly earning him the title Son of a Saint. Yet it wasn't just the prince who commanded attention. Flanking him were two figures dressed as attendants, though their presence caused a palpable stir across the assembly hall. The first was a middle-aged Taoist priest named Chang Hong, known far and wide in the wilderness as the Master of the Thunder Tao. Numerous quasi-saint sects had vied for his allegiance, but he had refused each and every invitation. At his side stood a bewitching female cultivator named Ziyu. Her peach blossom eyes, luminous and liquid, drew every gaze. Rumor had it that even the 13th Dragon Patriarch of the Green Dragon clan trembled before her. Among all human cultivators roaming the wilds, Ziyue's mastery of illusion ranked in the top 10, and yet she too had spurned every offer to join a sect. No one could have predicted that these two illustrious quasi-saints would instead become the devoted attendants of Third Prince Ye Cheng. Their very presence spoke volumes about the prince's extraordinary destiny. For a moment, even the human cultivators fell silent, and the ancient races themselves trembled before the third prince's commanding presence. He came to a stop and bowed slightly to the great assembly. 13 dragon ancestors, he called, I have long admired your names and deeds. As he spoke, the respectful gaze of every elder and beast filled the air, and the third prince's dark eyes gleamed with pride. He cast a brief look at the 13 dragon ancestors, then stepped forward to stand beside Gu Yiren, flanked by the Purple Moon quasi-saint and Taoist Chang Hong. At that display of unity, the ancient creatures who had once schemed against Gu Yiren hastily dropped their heads in submission. Though they had never held humanity in high regard, they dared not offend the sacred Taoist sect of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty. Even the 13 dragon ancestors, despite their sour expressions, kept their grievances to themselves, rather than risk the prince's wrath and the protective power of his 3 quasi-saints. After all, Gu Yiren was only one young woman, and the third prince commanded not only the Purple Moon quasi-saint and Taoist Chang Hong, but also Elder Sect Master Taiyan and the 7th uncle of Yunjiao. The third prince studied Gu Yiren for a moment, then turned back to the assembly with a smile. This is Miss Gu Yiren, is she not? Truly, it seems that greatness often springs from the young. Chapter. I've already heard you've captured several of the Holy King's palaces. Extraordinary, truly extraordinary. The third prince of Tianyuan fixed Ye Cheng with an admiring smile. As he spoke, his gaze drifted ever so slightly toward the 2 Qingjiao beauties at Ye Cheng's side, Mo Yunjiao and Lu Ruoli, a flicker of desire hidden beneath his courtesy. Ye Cheng recognized the look instantly. His spiritual senses never missed a thing. He nodded once in acknowledgement and inclined his head respectfully. Your Highness is too generous, he replied calmly. The prince's smile faltered, and he straightened his robes. Young man, you presume far too much speaking to His Highness so casually. Had I not arrived when I did, you almost invited disaster upon the Qingjiao clan. How could I ever allow such insolence to pass? At this rebuke, the prince's brow darkened with displeasure. Sensing an opportunity to support the royal heir, Taoist Chang Hong stepped forward, wagging a disapproving finger. Indeed, you should show proper respect to His Highness. Just behind him, the quasi-saint Ziyue, charming in his own right, though not as breathtaking as Mo Yunjiao or Lu Ruoli, spoke up in a soft but firm tone. Brother Chang Hong speaks wisely. Ye Cheng met their combined censure with steady calm, the faintest curve a smile playing at his lips as he prepared his response. "Young man, though you show great talent, you must still learn proper etiquette," one of the Taoist disciples admonished sternly. "Come now, why are you two picking on young Master Yiren? He's only a youth," protested Ziyue. Changhong nodded in agreement. At that moment, the third prince stepped forward, his face soft with a kindly smile. "He's still young," the prince said. "Why should he be bound by endless rules? Let him follow his heart." Elder Taiyan, sect master of Taiyan, and the 7 patriarchs of the Yunjiao clan exchanged uneasy glances at the prince's words. Taiyan opened his mouth to intervene. "Your Highness," but the third prince raised a placating hand. "Elder Taiyan, honored masters of the Yunjiao clan," he said, "I have great faith in young Master Yiren's abilities. Before setting out, I even sought my father's approval. Rest assured, I shall personally escort him back to the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty." With that declaration hanging in the air, the gathered sect members fell silent. The third prince's promise to bear Yiren away left Elder Taiyan caught between relief and apprehension. Relief at removing the boy from this clash of sects, apprehension at what awaited Yiren under imperial protection. "With the full might of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty behind me, I can give Miss Yiren every advantage she needs, and in doing so, secure a new pillar for our people's future in the wilderness." The third prince's voice was courteous enough, but the authority in his tone brooked no refusal. He swept a confident glance across the hall until it settled on the venerable sect master seated before him. "And now, Master Shen, I'm eager to hear your thoughts." A hush fell immediately. Human cultivators exchanged uneasy looks, and even the ancient beasts in attendance narrowed their eyes at the prince. Bring Xiao Yiren back under the dynasty's roof? Offer her the holy dynasty's vaults of resources? The notion seemed absurd. Xiao Yiren already possessed the spirit treasures looted from several holy kings' palaces of the Qingjiao clan. Surely she lacked for nothing. No one could believe she needed Tianyuan's aid. Whispers rippled through the crowd. This was no altruistic offer, but a calculated scheme to seize her Taoist relics. Deep in his ornate chair, Sectmaster Shen's brow creased with concern. He clasped his hands together and leaned forward, weighing the prince's proposal and the hidden price it might demand. Elder Lu frowned, but he knew better than to dismiss the third prince's proposal outright. The Tianyuan Holy Dynasty had long held the lead among humankind's Taoist sects in the Wildlands, and Elder Lu had no desire to speak ill of its prestige or power. If anyone could guarantee Xiao Yiren's safety, it was surely those guardians of the orthodox path. So instead of turning him away, Elder Lu probed gently. If Yiren accompanies His Majesty to the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty, what becomes of the treasures she recovered in the desolate tower? The third prince inclined his head, allowing a gracious smile to play across his features. "Those heirlooms," he replied softly, "are rightfully Miss Yiren's spoils of war. In principle, she should decide their fate." He paused, his expression growing more earnest. "However, the young lady's cultivation is still in its infancy. Many of those relics demand a level of mastery she has yet to attain. If she cannot unlock their power, they amount to little more than curiosities." The prince's eyes met Elder Lu's directly. "My suggestion, then, is simple. Entrust her treasures to the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty for safekeeping. Under the dynasty's stewardship, each artifact can be studied and protected until Miss Yiren is ready to claim them." He inclined his head once more, as if sealing a pact that would ensure both the girl's well-being and the proper guardianship of her hard-won prizes. "Any divine treasures or relics that Lady Yiren cannot yet make use of will be temporarily requisitioned by the Holy Dynasty to reinforce our foe. Our seas in the wilderness," the official declared. "Rest assured," he added with a respectful bow, "once Lady Yiren comes of age, the dynasty will return every one of her sacred artifacts intact and replace in full any that were borrowed in the meantime." Chapter 397. The third prince leaned back in his seat, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke in a velvety, assured tone. Every word dripped with confidence, so much so that he might as well have drawn a circle of power around himself. And yet, his proposal laid bare the true purpose of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty's involvement. Around him, The ancient sect master and the seventh uncle of the Yunjiao clan exchanged glances of thinly veiled displeasure. Even the other Taoist elders, long-standing allies of both sects, shifted uncomfortably. Ostensibly, the Holy Dynasty had pledged to protect Ye Cheng. In reality, they coveted the Shenzang that Xiao Yiren now guarded. Their aim was clear: to wrest this divine relic from its current custodian and place it firmly under Tianyuan control, anywhere but back in the hands of its rightful owner. Mo Yunjiao, unable to mask his indignation, rose to his feet. His voice cut through the murmur of the assembly. "Your Highness," he said, "your confidence is admirable, but to suggest with a single utterance that you can simply appropriate Master Gu's sacred treasure, that borders on audacity." He paused, meeting the third prince's cool gaze. "Surely you do not underestimate the bond between the Shenzang and its true keeper." Chapter Tanks. "Do you not realize that these divine treasures were won through Ye Cheng's sheer determination? Every single relic, no scrap, no grain of dust, belongs to him. None may be siphoned off by the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty." "How dare you? Who is this boy? How dare he speak so brazenly in front of his highness?" Mo Yunjiao's outraged cry silenced the court, and the third prince's warm smile vanished in an instant. Changhong Taoist and Ziyue Quasi-Saint exchanged dark glances before rising sharply to rebuke her. Ziyue Quasi-Saint, in particular, had long resented Mo Yunjiao's presence and felt his authority challenged. Seizing the moment, he spat insult after insult and subtly unleashed his quasi-saintly pressure, intent on crushing the youth beneath his aura. But Lu Ruoli noticed the underhanded move. Though she had not yet reached quasi-saint rank herself, her talent was extraordinary. She had already achieved the pinnacle of emperor perfection. Were it not for the years she'd spent in hiding, hunted by the Yinming clan, she would have broken through that barrier long ago. Though Liu Ruoli stood no chance against quasi-Saint Ziyue's might, she refused to let Mo Yunjiao suffer. In a flash, she thrust both hands forward, summoning a flurry of spirit talismans that coalesced into a translucent jade barrier around Mo Yunjiao. The barrier glowed with an otherworldly light as it absorbed the brunt of Ziyue's overwhelming pressure. Even so, the gulf between a true quasi-saint and a mere saint's disciple ran too deep. Ziyue's cultivation, though just at the dawn of the quasi-saint realm, was more than enough to shatter Liu Ruoli's fragile wards. With a deafening crack, the jade-like talismans splintered, raining colorful shards like shattered glass. Liu Ruoli herself was swept backward by the force, stumbling 3 steps before slamming into the ground. A thin ribbon of blood traced down the corner of her mouth, and her usually flawless complexion drained of color. "Liu Ruoli!" Mo Yunjiao gasped, rushing forward, dread tightening her chest. From the edge of the courtyard, Quasi-Saint Ziyue stepped forward, her expression cold and unyielding. "You dare interfere?" Her voice carried the weight of divine authority. Despite her injuries, Liu Ruoli forced herself to rise, planting her feet firmly. "I will protect Mo Yunjiao at any cost. You may be powerful, but you will not harm an innocent today." Ziyue's lip curled in disdain. "Innocent? She meddles in matters far beyond her comprehension." With a graceful motion, she raised her hand, channeling her quasi-saint aura into a concentrated beam of sound that rippled through the air like a thunderclap. Mo Yunjiao braced herself behind Liu Ruoli, fear and resolve warring in her eyes. The sound wave bore down on them, warping the very air between them and their foe. But before it could reach them, a figure darted into the courtyard, Ye Cheng, his robes billowing in the aftermath of his teleportation technique. In an instant, he placed himself before the 2 women, eyes blazing with determination. "That's far enough!" With a deep breath, Ye Cheng unleashed his own aura, a steady yet potent force that met Ziyue's sound wave head-on. The collision sent shockwaves across the courtyard, rattling stone lanterns and sending petals drifting from nearby trees. Ziyue paused, surprised by this unexpected intervention. Ye Cheng's presence, though not on par with a quasi-saint, carried the confidence and power of a seasoned saint cultivator. He steadied his stance, ready to defend his friends. Mo Yunjiao's heart surged with relief. She exchanged a grateful glance with Liu Ruoli, then turned to Ye Cheng. "Thank you," she whispered. He nodded, eyes never leaving Ziyue. "You're safe for now, but we must move quickly." Ziyue narrowed her eyes. "You impede me at your own peril." She raised both hands, spirit energy coiling around her fingertips. Ye Cheng tightened his grip on the sword at his side. "Let her come," he said, voice low and steady. "We stand together." As the air crackled between them, all three prepared for the next clash, knowing that only unity and unwavering resolve could carry them through the trials ahead. "Miss!" The moment the warning rang out, seventh uncle of the Yunjiao clan was already moving. His face went pale, and raw fury sharpened in his eyes. Lu Ruoli, struck by the backlash, coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body shuddering. How ferocious was Quasi-Saint Ziyue's power! Had that force landed squarely on Mo Yunjiao, she might not have died, but she would have been grievously wounded. Xiao Yiren's heart pounded with anger. She'd always regarded Ziyue, flaws and all, as on humanity's side, much like Taoist Chang Hong or the scheming third prince of Tianyuan. She'd been wary of them, but never ready to suspect them of outright assault. Yet in one careless instant, her friend had been hurt. "Aunt Ruoli, are you all right?" Xiao Yiren knelt beside Lu Ruoli, supporting her with one arm, while her other hand slipped a sword talisman from her sleeve. It was the very talisman Ye Cheng had entrusted to her, a gift and a promise of protection. Her fingers closed around it, ready to unleash its power at a moment's notice. Behind them, old sect master Taiyan arrived alongside seventh uncle. The two elder masters' auras flared like twin storms, their quasi-saint energies surging in righteous indignation. In that tense standoff, every breath hung heavy with the promise of retribution, and with the fear that this clash might mark the end of more than just honor. In an instant, Mufentian and Yun Laoqi held their ground against the quasi-Saint Ziyue, forcing her to stagger back as blood welled at the corners of her mouth. "Mufentian, Yun Laoqi, what in heaven's name are you two doing?" The third prince of Tianyuan yelled, his face drained of color. At his side, the Changhong Taoists scowled, barely restraining a torrent of curses. The venerable sect master inhaled deeply, his ancient eyes sweeping over the prince and his entourage with unspoken reproach. He made no effort to answer their accusations. Instead, with a casual flick of his sleeve, brilliant spiritual light cascaded outward, forming a protective barrier around Xiao Yiren and the others huddled behind him. Chapter. The old sect master lifted his head and met the gaze of the third prince of Tianyuan with calm dignity. "Your Highness, third prince, I am grateful for your gracious offer to welcome Yiren into the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty," he began. "However, our sect's Grandmaster Taiyan has already taken a special interest in Yiren's cultivation. He has agreed that once she returns from the desolate tower, I will personally escort her home so that the Grandmaster can oversee her training." The old man paused, giving the prince a respectful nod. "After Grandmaster Taiyan completes her instruction, I will bring Yiren to the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty myself for further guidance. Your Highness need not trouble himself with her return." He spoke neither with undue humility nor with arrogance. Instead, he struck a careful balance. Though he hadn't outright refused the third prince's invitation, his words made it clear that Yiren's immediate future lay within the Taiyan sect. At the mention of Grandmaster Taiyan, the third prince and his entourage exchanged uneasy glances. They were well aware that Grandmaster Taiyan did not refer to the sect's human founder, but to the legendary innate divine flame, Taiyan divine fire spirit, that manifested within the sect itself. Its awe-inspiring power and reputation throughout the martial world were enough to give even a royal prince pause. Though the Taiyan fire spirit has seldom intervened in decades and has never personally guided a disciple, it would be mistaken to assume that it would stand idly by if the sect ever faced annihilation. This primordial flame ranks among the top 10 fire spirits in existence. Its power scarcely falls short of the Taiyan sect's founder, and it rivals even the mightiest saints. Yet now, with the Holy Monarch's divine treasure glowing at Xiao Yiren's side, the third prince of Tianyuan could barely contain his burning ambition. Even before arriving, he had received explicit orders from the Tianyuan sovereign: obtain the Holy Monarch's treasure from Gu Yiren, and wrest the other precious artifact from the unknown prodigy who had so boldly seized the Yinming clan's ancestral mansion and the Blood Sparrow clan's relics. This time, the third prince was determined to succeed. After all, he sneered to himself, what threat could a solitary fire spirit, and one bound to the Taiyan patriarch no less, pose in these untamed wilds. That old sect master places far too much faith in his fire spirit, he whispered to his companions. Miss Yaren's safety isn't guaranteed just because she has a divine flame at her back. The third prince's voice dropped to a low murmur, his impatience barely hidden. So let me be clear, he said. If I accompany you back to the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty, you'll surround me with protection so tight no one can lay a finger on me. His words sent a cold shiver through the old sect master. He felt the weight of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty's will pressing down on him, and with it, any hope of saving Xiao Yiren seemed to slip away. Just then, Xiao Yiren spoke, her calm, measured tone slicing through the silence and startling everyone present. She regarded the third prince and his entourage with an almost chilling detachment. There was no trace of warmth in her eyes, only a profound distance. Yet the third prince paid her no heed. All he wanted was the divine treasure she carried, and he was quick to seize the offer. Of course, he replied at once. As long as you agree to come with me to the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty, I'll ensure your absolute safety. Even the Qingjiao clan's vendetta won't reach you. At his decisive promise, many of the masters gathered around stirred with excitement and relief. Although the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty couldn't rival the might of the Qingjiao clan, it did have something they lacked, a true Saint Realm guardian backing its claim. And with the third prince himself vouching for Xiao Yiren's safety, the dynasty's guarantee seemed rock solid. Reading the wavering expressions of the onlookers, the third prince allowed himself a haughty smile. He was just about to step forward and formally present Xiao Yiren as his guest when a sudden tremor split the air. Boom! From the heights of the 9 heavens, a shaft of divine light plummeted earthward. The pressure it carried felt almost tangible, crushing the landscape beneath it. Peaks buckled and fractured, vast swaths of mountain collapsed in an instant. This is the aura of a Saint Realm cultivator. A collective gasp rose from the assembled heroes. Even formidable quasi-saints, old man, Taiyan among them, felt their strength ebb beneath that crushing weight. Every pair of eyes turned skyward to the source of this cataclysmic power. Above the roiling cloud sea, a lone figure descended. He wore flowing robes of deep jade, feet treading the void as though gravity were a mere afterthought. With each measured step, his presence radiated like an abyssal tide, smothering all who beheld him in oppressive silence. No one dared lift a finger in challenge. Not the third prince, nor any of the gathered masters. The newcomer's cold gaze swept over the assembly, and in that moment, the fate of Xiao Yiren, and perhaps the future of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty itself, hung by the finest of threads. Even the once arrogant third prince of Tianyuan now trembled, genuine fear in his eyes. Fifth Patriarch, I never expected you to merge from seclusion, he stammered. Around him, the assembled warriors exchanged startled glances. They all knew the newcomer's true identity. The fifth patriarch of the Qingjiao clan, newly elevated to saint since the dawn of the clan's great era. A saint's power was unrivaled in the wilderness, and none had imagined he would show himself here, let alone for Gu Yiren. Yet when they saw the divine treasure gleaming in Gu Yiren's hand, they understood. With multiple Saint King's estates and vast resources at its command, the Qingjiao clan could easily cultivate several more saints, and might even elevate their clan leader to the heights of the Saint or Saint King realms. From his perch atop a drifting cloud, the fifth patriarch regarded them with cold, unblinking eyes. Even the proud third prince of Tianyuan dared not meet his gaze. Ye Cheng shot the third prince a hard look, his voice colder and more imperious than any royal command. You already know who I am, he said. So what are you still doing here? Be gone at once. Don't you want to return to Tianyuan? Chapter 398. The fifth dragon ancestor's parting words dripped with murderous intent, and the third prince couldn't help but flinch. Among the 15 Qingjiao elders, this one was notorious for his explosive temper. Even if he spared the prince's life, he would gleefully shatter his cultivation foundation, and the prince's father would never declare war over such a slight. True, the third prince held a forbidden weapon, one potent enough to withstand a Saint Realm powerhouse for a brief moment, but would he dare expend such a treasure on Gu Yiren? The thought made his expression flicker. Finally, swallowing his pride, he gave a curt nod. Withdraw. At once, the Purple Moon quasi-sage, Changhong Taoist, and more than a dozen attendants fell back in haste, leaving a clear path. Xiao Yiren and her companions advanced unopposed, standing directly before the fifth dragon ancestor and the other Qingjiao clan masters. As the gravity of the situation settled over the assembly, every face went pale. Prince Ye Cheng's sudden move froze everyone in their tracks, especially the venerable leader of the Taiyan clan and the assembled human masters. Just moments ago, he had vowed that the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty would protect Gu Yiren to the very end. Now this? Your Highness, please, think of the consequences. The old Taiyan elder pleaded, stepping forward. His presence alone should have signaled the dynasty's resolve, given the Qingjiao clan pause, and reassured their human allies. But before he could finish, the Ziwei quasi-saint at the prince's side cut him off with a sneer. Silence, you old relic. The so-called goddess of the Taiyan sect brought this disaster on herself, and now you want to drag His Highness down with you. Taoist Changhong immediately chimed in. She's right. If she hadn't been so reckless, none of this would have happened. It's entirely her own fault. Listening to their shameless, self-righteous barbs, Ye Cheng allowed himself a cold, amused smile. Ancient as some of them were, even those elder beings found the old Taiyan sect master unbearable to watch. From the side of the crowd, the fifth ancestor of the Qingjiao clan let out a contemptuous snort. His eyes glittered with scorn as he regarded the venerable sect master and the third prince, who stood frozen, seemingly too timid to intervene. Then his gaze swept the assembly until it landed on Xiao Yiren. A vicious smile curled his lips as he caught sight of the young man's companion, Mo Yunjiao, standing beside him in obvious distress. Human brat, the fifth ancestor snarled, his voice dripping with derision. Return the treasure you stole from the wild tower to its rightful owner. He paused, eyes narrowing as they roved over Mo Yunjiao's trembling form. A faint heat of desire stirred in his look, sending little chills of revulsion across her skin. And while we're discussing it, he added, lowering his voice into a predatory whisper, Miss Yunjiao, how fortuitous that you arrived. I was emerging from a long retreat, but fate has brought you here at just the right moment. Come back with me to the Qingjiao clan and marry into my family. He made no effort to conceal his lecherous interest, and a flush of embarrassment and fear spread across Mo Yunjiao's cheeks as the elders around them exchanged uneasy glances. The gathered masters exchanged uneasy glances. Everyone here knew of the long-standing feud between the Qingjiao and Yunjiao clans, so it was no surprise to see sympathy welling up for Mo Yunjiao. Until now, she had managed to keep her freedom by virtue of two advantages. First, her prodigious talent gave even the Qingjiao clan pause before resorting to force. Second, she was seldom seen beyond the protective boundary of the Yunjiao ancestral grounds, where powerful guardians stood ready at all times. Today, however, Mo Yunjiao stood entirely outside those wards. Riding with her was only the newly elevated quasi-saint, known as the Yunjiao seventh ancestor, hardly a match for the Qingjiao's fifth ancestor, who already possessed true saint-level power. It was painfully clear, if Mo Yunjiao tried to take her own life in desperation, the fifth ancestor would intercept her long before a fatal blow. From this moment on, her fate would be decided by others. I'm afraid the young mistress of the Yunjiao clan won't escape this disaster, one bystander murmured. A shame, another sighed. Who would have imagined the Qingjiao clan would spare no expense, summoning even the fifth dragon ancestor, a contemporary saint? At those words, the assembled masters exchanged pitying glances. It was clear, should Mo Yunjiao be captured by the Qingjiao, she faced a grim, miserable future. Mo Yunjiao felt a cold dread settle over her as she caught the fifth dragon ancestor's malevolent gaze. Just as hopelessness began to close in, a sharp, youthful voice pierced the tension. You insolent old worm, how dare you threaten Sister Yunjiao's rightful dignity? Everyone turned in astonishment to see Xiao Yiren standing close beside Mo Yunjiao, her face flushed with righteous fury. At her bold outburst, the assembled cultivators fell silent. Saints were near mythical figures in these parts, and here was someone daring to challenge one. In the untamed wilderness, only a handful of sects stand on par with the great overlord clans. Names like Yue Ling and Man Shen inspire both reverence and fear. Their patriarchs speak only with equals, and none dare challenge them, except apparently a certain little girl named Xiao Yiren. Word had just reached the assembled cultivators that the fifth dragon progenitor, freshly promoted to the saint realm, had been publicly insulted. In this vast expanse, attaining saint status is no small feat. It places a cultivator among the very few who can dominate entire regions. Even more tellingly, the fifth dragon progenitor hails from the Qingjiao clan, one of the wilderness's premier lineages, boasting multiple saints among its ranks. Only the two supreme clans loom larger on the power scale. One would think that under such prestige, his name alone would command silence and deference. Yet here they were, listening in stunned disbelief as Xiao Yiren, not yet 10 years old by most reckoning, boldly whispered from behind a flowering plum tree, "Old green worm." No hesitation, no fear. "If this gets out," one veteran cultivator murmured, voice hushed as he eyed his companions, "it will cause a sensation greater than any blood feud in living memory." Another nodded, wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow. "A newborn calf daring to face a tiger," he said, shaking his head. "She'll be lucky if she isn't crushed on the spot." But even as the crowd quivered at the thought, there was a spark in Yiren's eyes, a fearless glint that unsettled them all. In a world where power equaled survival, disrespecting a saint, much less one from the Qingjiao clan, was tantamount to inviting death. And yet, here she stood, seemingly unperturbed. At that moment, a new figure entered the glade, Ye Cheng. Tall and composed, with sharp eyes that missed nothing, he paused at the fringe of the gathering. Rumors of the incident had reached his ears even before he arrived. Surveying the scene, he spotted Xiao Yiren's defiant posture and the ripples of tension among the onlookers. A slow, knowing smile crossed his lips. Whatever had driven this girl to risk everything by insulting the fifth dragon progenitor, Ye Cheng sensed there was more to the story, and he intended to find out. A tense hush fell over the hall. The fifth ancestor of the Jiaozuo school, seated opposite Ye Cheng, was visibly seething. In the 1,000 years since the current patriarch of the Qingjiao clan ascended to the saint realm, no one had ever dared so brazenly insult him. Now, the ancestor's gaze burned with murderous intensity. "You insolent brat," he roared, his voice resonating like thunder. "You've made a grave mistake today, daring to despise a supreme being. Not only will you pay for your insolence, but your entire Taiyan sect will answer to me for this affront." At his words, the cultivators of Taiyan sect behind Ye Cheng turned pale. Even the venerable sect master looked stricken. Before panic could fully take hold, however, the teleportation vortex high above flared to life once more. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the chamber, and every soul present froze in shocked anticipation. "Supreme Being?" The voice was low, laced with amused disdain. "You, an old green worm who just lucked into the saint realm, do you really think you deserve such a lofty title?" As the words echoed through the courtyard, a lone figure materialized at the mouth of the crumbling tower. Clad in flowing white robes that shimmered against the gray stones, he moved with an otherworldly grace. His sword cultivation had honed both his body and spirit to perfection, granting him an air of unshakable confidence. He descended on the swirling mist as if it were solid ground, each step leaving no mark. Every pair of eyes in the audience snapped toward him. There was only one person who could command such undivided attention, Ye Cheng. Chapter 399. Perched on a drifting cloud, Ye Cheng stood tall in his flowing white robe, exuding quiet confidence as he faced the distant fifth dragon ancestor. Every pair of eyes in the audience was drawn to him. The female cultivators, whether ancient race beauties or the human prodigies of the Tianyuan holy dynasty, couldn't help but stare, their hearts fluttering at the sight of this mysterious newcomer. Even Ziwei quasi-sage, usually so composed, found his gaze lingering, only to be jolted back to attention by a sharp glare from the third prince. "Who is this fool?" the third prince muttered, his voice low and cold, audible only to the inner circle of the Tianyuan holy dynasty. "He knows nothing of our world. Does he intend to die in front of Gu Yiren?" He dared not speak any louder, mindful of the scandal he'd already stirred by abandoning Xiao Yiren and her companions. He knew the public was watching, and he couldn't risk becoming their next target of scorn. In fact, many of the onlookers shared his skepticism, casting wary glances at Ye Cheng as they whispered among themselves. The elder champions of the ancient races, those very races that had long scorned humanity, turned on Ye Cheng with hungry, predatory eyes. They'd seen the beaten and the broken, but never anyone so boldly eager to court death. Even Mo Yunjiao, who'd clung to the hope that some peerless human savior would come to their rescue, stood frozen. If the gods really had answered her prayers, she hadn't expected this reckless fool. "Please, brother, don't do this," Mo Yunjiao cried. "Leave now before you get yourself killed." She believed her, and Xiao Yuren's fate was sealed. There was no point in dragging another person into their doom. But before her warning had even fully registered, a joyous little voice rang out from behind her. "Daddy, you finally came!" Xiao Yuren burst forward, her face alight with excitement. At once, every ancient master gathered at the cavern's mouth froze in stunned silence. One of them finally managed a whisper. "What? Daddy?" Could this young man really be Gu Yiren's father? A hushed murmur ran through the crowd. No wonder he's so extraordinary. With a daughter like Gu Yiren, his own talent may not quite match hers, but it's certainly impressive. Just then, a cold snort echoed overhead. All eyes turned to the fifth dragon ancestor, whose pale lips curved into a contemptuous smile. "Gu Yiren's father?" he drawled, each word laced with icy intent. "Perfect timing. I suppose it falls to me to send you all off today, though I dare say extending such mercy is my own gracious gift." A collective shiver rippled through the assembled masters. They exchanged pitying glances at Ye Cheng. To them, he was a devoted father who, cornered by fate, had chosen to stand firm beside his daughter, even at the brink of annihilation. Not one believed he could possibly turn the tables now. Although Ye Cheng carried an air of rare distinction, everyone could see that his cultivation barely reached the venerable rank, still far below the emperor level, and nowhere near a fifth dragon ancestor. Even the 13th dragon ancestor, a mighty quasi-saint, could crush him with a mere flick of his finger. As pity stirred through the assembled crowd, two furious voices suddenly cut through the tension. "Human thief! You dare show your face! Prepare to die! Wretched creature! Return my champion's life at once!" Heads snapped upward. High above, 7 bands of radiant light coalesced, each one shimmering with divine power. With a thunderous roar, the rainbow-hued arches plunged earthward and slammed into place around Ye Cheng, sealing him within an inescapable cage of luminescence. Only then did the onlookers discern the source of those dazzling arcs. Draped from each rainbow were divine weapons of grotesque beauty and lethal intent. One was the blood spirit bell, its crimson surface embossed with a demon bird in mid-screech. Another was the spine sword, its blade forged from human vertebrae, its hilt capped by a white jade skull whose hollow eye sockets flickered with green ghost fire. Around them hung axes, spears, and halberds, each weapon crackling with oppressive energy, as if eager to do their master's bidding. Trapped at the center of this celestial armory, Ye Cheng planted his feet, the tension radiating from his figure like heat. He drew a slow breath and raised his gaze, unbowed toward the heavens, ready to face whatever wrath the dragon ancestors had in store. Ye Cheng's adversaries had thrown everything they possessed into this one, crushing assault. Looming over the battlefield was the 9-tiered ghost wailing tower, a spire hewn from thousands of interlocking bones. Should it ever topple, a horde of anguished spirits would erupt in unending howls, their cries penetrating the sea of consciousness of anyone nearby. At its side drifted 2 more of the clan's most sacrosanct artifacts, the Bloodwing Bell and the Jade Bone Demon Sword. These 3 were but part of the 7 ultimate sacred arms wielded by the Blood Sparrow and Yinming clans, 2 saintly lineages whose names had echoed across the realms for millennia. A wave of shock swept through the assembled cultivators. "Heavens! What could Ye Cheng have done to draw such wrath from both clans?" murmured one veteran, eyes widening. Faces turned ashen as they struggled to comprehend why 2 near-saint elders would commit their 7 greatest divine weapons to a single siege. After all, to most onlookers, Ye Cheng was only a minor venerable. At best, a newcomer who had scarcely mastered the heights of Tao reverence. What extraordinary power or forbidden secret lay at his command that warranted this unprecedented demonstration of force? Just as confusion peaked, the sharpest minds among the gathered froze for an instant. Then their eyes flared with sudden recognition. Wait, could it be that this Ye Cheng is the very human prodigy who dared to intercept a Saint Lord's mansion? Someone whispered. A collective gasp rippled through the heroes. They stared at Ye Cheng in stunned disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. No sooner had they composed themselves than two figures strode forward, Yinming and Blood Sparrow, the only remaining quasi-saint ancestors of their respective clans. Behind each of them marched their clan's emperor-tier masters, and together they closed in on Ye Cheng. Blinding divine radiance rippled outward. The 7 evil holy soldiers, Ye Cheng's personal guardians, erupted in overwhelming aura, pressing down on everyone nearby with raw power. None of the onlookers needed the quasi-saint ancestors to tell them what was happening. Only a genius bold enough to breach a Saint King's stronghold could draw such a response from 2 great clans. This is incredible, someone finally managed. Even old Master Tai Yan, long acquainted with Xiao Yiren's remarkable gifts, wore a look of bewilderment. He had harbored suspicions about Ye Cheng ever since the newcomer's arrival, but nothing had prepared him for this. Now, with divine energies crackling around them and 2 quasi-saints flanking their charge, the assembled sect leaders and heroes understood at last. Ye Cheng was no ordinary talent. He was a force destined to reshape the battlefield and perhaps the fate of their entire world. Had father and daughter been allowed to grow undisturbed, they would have stood as humanity's pillars in the vast wilderness. Instead, the venerable sect master Tai Yan and another ancient powerhouse from the Yunjiao clan, Chizu, had resolved to lay down their lives. They'd already spirited Ye Cheng and his young daughter to this remote sanctuary and begun crafting forbidden weapons and deadly techniques to buy them time. But before those defenses were completed, word of Ye Cheng's exploits reached them and sent shockwaves through their very souls. Tai Yan had long suspected that Ye Cheng possessed exceptional talent, but no one could have foreseen how terrifyingly formidable he truly was. After all, even the fierce Xiao Yiren had only seized a handful of Saint King's mansions and slain a single quasi-saint of the Qingjiao clan. Ye Cheng? He had cut down nearly 100 masters from both Saint clans, slain 2 quasi-saints, and seized the Daozang, the Saint King's personal inheritance. Like father, like daughter, Tai Yan murmured, a mix of awe and incredulity shining in his ancient eyes. Beneath the shock lay a deeper surprise. This young man, whose name he had once whispered with cautious hope, had become a force to reckon with far beyond anyone's imagination. Ye Cheng's voice rang out across the battlefield. If I must fight to the death to save these 2 peerless beasts, then so be it. His words echoed against the circling flares of spirit light, startling the veteran sect master perched high on a drifting cloud. Without warning, a figure in jade-green robes appeared above the formation, 5th Jiaozu of the Qingjiao clan. Dao light rippled across his sleeves as he strode forward, each step leaving faint runes glowing in midair. He paused at the edge of the assembly and declared coolly, "That youth and his daughter have wronged my Qingjiao clan. They are my rightful prey. By all means, slay him, but I claim his Daozang for my share." His voice brooked no argument. 5th Jiaozu had only just learned, through the whispers of rival sects, of Ye Cheng's incredible haul, especially the prize known as the Saint King's Mansion. He would not surrender that treasure now, when it was within his grasp. As Jiaozu spoke, 2 other great powers advanced, representatives of the Yinming clan and the Blood Sparrow clan. Each brought forth a phalanx of the 7 sect's saint soldiers, ethereal warriors whose very presence was said to cow even the mightiest saints. Their banners snapped in the wind, proclaiming their owners' unwavering claim on Ye Cheng's spoils. Under the brewing storm of Dao energy, Ye Cheng drew his ancient sword. At his side, the 2 fierce beasts, the daughter he'd sworn to protect and her companion, tensed, low growls vibrating through the charged air. Around them, the cloud-encircled arena became a crucible of competing wills. Fate had been proclaimed. Only the clash of steel and spirit would decide whose claim was just. The 5th Jiaozu may have appeared overbearing, but he still held something in reserve, and that gave Shuiling and Yishu a moment's relief. Exchanging quick glances, The two minor saints stepped aside and allowed the fifth Jiaozu to stride into the heart of the trap array. In an instant, their combined auras snapped shut around Ye Cheng, sealing him in the center of their encirclement. At that precise moment, Sectmaster Taiyan and Yunjiao's seventh uncle, watching from a distance, exchanged knowing looks. They had long anticipated this gambit. Once the fifth Jiaozu joined the fray, the formation would close completely around Ye Cheng. This was exactly the opening they'd been waiting for. Low and urgent, the Sectmaster hissed, "Now! Strike!" With a thunderous roar, the seventh uncle vaulted forward, intercepting the only other quasi-saint of the Qingjiao clan, the 13th Jiaozu, who was racing to free Xiao Yuren, Liu Ruoli, and Mo Yunjiao from the formation's blockade. Their clash of auras lit up the sky, like twin comets colliding, each determined to prevent the other from reaching those three helpless cultivators. Meanwhile, Sectmaster Taiyan plunged toward the core of the trap array, clutching his forbidden weapon. As he neared its outer perimeter, he triggered the device's hidden mechanism. A tide of raw spiritual energy burst from the weapon in a deafening shockwave, sending ripples of power cascading through the formation's runes. In that moment, the Sectmaster's aura surged to unprecedented heights. It crackled around him, bridging the divide between quasi-saint and full saint. Every line of the trap quivered under the onslaught of his power. If he could maintain this momentum, he would tear open the barrier and reach Ye Cheng in time to snatch him from certain doom. Just as the two were about to unleash their forbidden war, Ipans and final trump cards, a calm, unexpected voice drifted across the battlefield. "Tianyuanji, fall!" The simple command froze every hero guarding the pass in their tracks, their momentum sputtering to a standstill. Chapter 400. A heavy silence fell over the battlefield. Every warrior and creature alike turned, eyes wide, toward the source of the voice. The third prince of Tianyuan stood motionless, his face as stormy as black water. Without warning, he drew the halberd from his back and swung it in a single decisive arc. Crack! The air itself seemed to fracture. Beneath the weapon's holy aura, two translucent cages sprang into being, striking perfect balance. In an instant, Grandmaster Taiyan and the seventh ancestor of Yunjiao were imprisoned within them, their desperate charge brought to an abrupt halt. "Third Prince, why are you doing this?" someone screamed. "Have you forgotten that the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty is meant to uphold the Taoist traditions of humanity?" Another voice rang out in protest. Across the field, human cultivators bristled with fury, while ancient beasts watched in stunned silence. Even the fifth Jiaozu, Yishu and Shuiling, those formidable quasi-saints, exchanged perplexed glances. None could have foreseen that Grandmaster Taiyan and the seventh ancestor of Yunjiao would draw upon a forbidden weapon, one that sapped their own life essence, to save Ye Cheng and his daughter. Now, their sacrifice lay undone by the third prince's merciless intervention. A tense hush settled over the ranks as everyone grappled with the magnitude of his choice and wondered what would come next. If it hadn't been for the third prince of Tianyuan's sudden intervention, they surely would have discarded the cooked duck and whisked Ye Cheng and his daughter to safety. Everyone watching from the sidelines, masters and leaders of the human race, could hardly believe their eyes. After all, the third prince was a quasi-saint of the wilderness and the acknowledged representative of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty. For him to switch sides was unthinkable. In that instant, fifth Jiaozu sprang into action. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, he rent open a passage through the protective formation. Not to be outdone, the two other quasi-saints, Shuiling and Yishu, moved in unison, widening the breach until both entrance and exit yawned before them. Then, as if summoned by their will, a radiant rainbow bridge arched down and settled firmly at the formation's lip. "Fellow Taoists of Tianyuan," fifth Jiaozu called, voice ringing across the gap, "why not join us and capture this father and daughter?" "Gladly," came the swift reply. All eyes now turned to the third prince. What would he do? Isn't all this just about grabbing a piece of the spoils? The third prince of Tanyuan sneered as he climbed the phantom staircase conjured by the Qingjiao, Shuike, and Yinming clans. With a gesture, he sealed both the Ziwei quasi-saint and Taoist Changhong within his inescapable formation. "Third prince, you are a disgrace to all humanity." Even though he was trapped inside the void cage unleashed by the Tianyuan halberd, the seventh elder of Yunjiao could not contain his fury. His roar echoed through the emptiness and back onto the battlefield. The third prince's face flickered for an instant, but he quickly masked it with a haughty smile. "Seventh elder," he replied coolly. "Let's be honest, it was Ye Cheng and his daughter, Yiren, who caused today's catastrophe, and in doing so, robbed the three clans of their hard-earned chance." He spread his arms in a mock show of benevolence. "Yet I, in my magnanimity, refused to let them die. I acted only to keep this conflict from spinning completely out of control." His gaze then sharpened as he turned toward Ye Cheng. "Now, you know exactly what must be done. Hand over the divine treasure you seized from the two tribes' Taoists, and I swear your life will be spared. And the same goes for your daughter. Surrender the treasure, and in the name of the Holy Dynasty, I guarantee her safety." At those words from Prince Tianyuan, the boiling rage of the human cultivators finally abated. Ye Cheng and his daughter were in a hopeless predicament. Even if Old Master Taiyan and the seven elders of the Yunjiao tribe fought to the bitter end, their prospects for escape were virtually non-existent. Yet if Prince Tianyuan truly meant what he promised, if Ye Cheng relinquished the divine treasure and bowed under the prince's protection, they just might survive. After all, living to fight another day is the greatest victory. As the old saying goes, preserve the green hills and you need not fear a shortage of firewood. Besides, with the extraordinary talents of Ye Cheng and his daughter, given time to recover and grow in strength, today's losses could very well be avenged in the future. Just when everyone's hearts stirred, convinced the third prince would rise to defend the honor of humanity, the icy voice of the fifth dragon ancestor sliced through the moment and snapped them back to reality. "These two have grievously insulted my clan, and this saint," he pronounced, his tone flat and unforgiving. "Their offenses cannot be pardoned." "But," the third prince began, disbelief coloring his words. The fifth dragon ancestor shifted his attention to Ye Cheng, imprisoned within the intricate array of runes. A predatory smile curved his lips like a cat toying with a mouse. "Since the third prince has deigned to intercede, I will grant your father a measure of face. If these two surrender the sacred treasure and leave my beast tower wholly untouched, I may, just may, permit their departure. It is not impossible for this saint to show mercy," he added, voice dripping with both magnanimity and menace. "The fifth dragon ancestor?" Shuiling and Yishu cried out, panic rising before the third prince could respond. The others watched in tense silence. Those who knew Ye Cheng's potential understood the danger. Should the ancestor truly release him, it would be like setting a tiger loose in its mountain realm, an unstoppable force. Before anyone could voice further objections, the fifth dragon ancestor waved his hand dismissively, cutting off all protest. "Don't worry, I haven't even finished speaking." The fifth dragon ancestor smiled at the third prince. "But before I let them go, I'll need you in person to destroy their dantians and shatter their seas of consciousness. Will you comply?" The third prince bowed his head respectfully. "Your request is my command, fifth dragon ancestor. Since these two Taoist brothers have already surrendered their divine treasures, it would be excessive to strip them of their cultivation entirely." As he spoke, he summoned the shimmering battle halberd in his hand. This wasn't just any weapon, but one of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty's national treasures. A saint-level halberd infused with a fragment of the dynasty's own destiny. Although the prince himself had only reached the quasi-saint realm, he could draw on the halberd's power, at the cost of some of the dynasty's fate, to rival even true saints. It was the ultimate ace up his sleeve. Many of the human cultivators watching dared to hope when the third prince raised his halberd. Surely he would defend Ye Cheng and Yiren, the two human prodigies, at any cost. But in the next instant, that hope froze into dread. "However," the third prince said with casual ease, "since our honored elder has already spoken, your junior finds it difficult to refuse. Perhaps we should each take a step back." He rested his gleaming halberd against his shoulder and continued as though discussing a trivial matter. "Ye Cheng and Yiren are among the Tianyuan wilderness's greatest human talents, yet they were abandoned. Elder, do you not owe the human realm some form of compensation? He paused to let his words sink in. Their divine treasures are part of the first house's legacy in the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty. I propose that our three noble families, yours, mine, and the honored elders, share these treasures equally. If your highness consents, I will gladly grant all the elders' requests. A voice erupted from the crowd. Third prince, you are shameless. The prince's eyes flicked toward the speaker, his tone as cold as steel. And you claim to be a quasi-saint of the human race, he replied, every word laced with challenge. How can you say such a thing? Is this truly how the third prince of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty defends our people? At those words, every human cultivator's face went pale, their eyes flashing with anger as they glared at the prince. Old Sect Master Tai Yan was the first to erupt. Mufentian, enough of your nonsense, he snapped, his voice shaking with fury. Unfazed, the third prince, Mufentian, smiled coolly. He had come prepared. Before stepping onto the courtyard stones, he had quietly instructed his two closest disciples, Taoist Changhong and Quasi-Saint Xiang, to rally several clan heads and independent cultivators who leaned in favor of the Tianyuan dynasty. Now, at his gesture, they sprang to their feet and cheered in unison. Your Highness, you've always been known for your wisdom and restraint. Why would you stoop to petty quarrels? Your actions today are the epitome of prudence. Precisely. Preserve the Green Hills, and you'll never run out of firewood. Our dynasty's future depends on your foresight, not empty accusations. A tense hush fell over the assembled cultivators. Taiyan's scowl deepened, but Mufentian merely inclined his head, letting the sudden wave of support do his talking. With all eyes riveted on him, the third prince looked every bit the composed, confident leader his allies claimed him to be. Don't you get it, Sect Master Taiyan? Someone snapped. Sect Master Taiyan's eyes narrowed. Preserving the Green Mountains by destroying the very foundations of Taoism? Have you no shame at all? At that, the seventh ancestor of Yunjiao could contain himself no longer. He rose to his full height and bellowed, You should count yourselves lucky to still be breathing. Had His Highness the Third Prince not shown up today, neither Ye Cheng nor his daughter would have walked away with the sacred treasures. Hell, they wouldn't even be alive. A ripple of agreement ran through the assembled masters. One of them, a senior disciple of the human sect, personally arranged by the third prince of Tianyuan, stepped forward, voice ringing with conviction. Exactly. Without the prince's timely intervention, the Holy Lord's relics and the Saint King's Palace's artifacts, hidden within this ruined tower, would have fallen into foreign hands and fueled the invaders' expansion. If that had happened, you'd be remembered as traitors to our people in the desolate realm. Faces hardened, the group made their stand. The sect leaders, and their arrogance, would finally have to answer for the fate of the sacred treasures and the lives they nearly cost. Those words cut through the air like a blade. Everybody felt as if the third prince had just snatched the Holy Lord's sacred treasures and the Saint King's Palace relics right out of the desolate tower. Sect Master Mufentian was so furious he could hardly speak. Then a long, mocking laugh rang out from inside the sealed formation, drawing every eye to its source. Ye Cheng stood there with a grin that dripped sarcasm. Interesting, he said. Truly interesting. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the third prince, who was boxed in by the fifth Jiaozu, Shuiling Yishu, and the other foreign quasi-saints. So tell me, Ye Cheng continued, are my father and I really the greatest sinners of humankind in this wilderness? He paused, letting the question hang in the tense silence. If we hadn't intervened, would those divine treasures have remained in human hands, or would they have slipped away to your precious foreign races? Ye Cheng's gaze sharpened. He spoke each word deliberately, his tone cold as steel. Do you, the so-called third prince, truly have the courage to defy three alien races, snatch their sustenance, and steal their most hallowed relics? The moment Ye Cheng's question hung in the air, the cultivators cheering for the third prince froze. No one could find a reply. They'd just been driven back with a single phrase, and even the two royal bodyguards at the prince's side, much less the quasi-saints in attend, ants, looked uneasy. Taoist Changhong, his face lined with impatience, stepped forward. Ye Cheng, how dare you be so ungrateful, he thundered. His Highness risked everything to save you and your daughter. If you can't show proper thanks, then you'll learn to crawl on your knees and beg forgiveness. Without warning, Changhong surged ahead, leading a wave of followers straight at Ye Cheng. He meant to silence the upstart before anyone else could intervene. Boom! A thunderous shockwave rippled outward as Ye Cheng braced himself, ready to meet their assault head-on.